All right, there we go. Hi, McMiller. What up? It's Keelix. How you doing, dude? Rave? What up, guys? All right, new alpha build. Big new alpha build. Oh, the PI sign's still working. Nice. Nice. Alright, so actually wasn't much going on Priest, but we will be checking out some more healers today. Starting your healing journey as Monk. Any tips where you should start? Definitely check out Megaset's guides on YouTube. Probably where I'd recommend most people start at. And if you're ever like unsure when it comes up to like learning dungeons and figuring all that kind of stuff out, then like follower dungeons are your best friend. Honestly. You like the lighting? We're trying to get some updates. It's a little too dark still, but I'm working on it. How you doing, Brandon? I'm messing around with some stuff. Experimenting around. Yep. Go find that new build, actually. Yeah, I got a keybind guide on my YouTube. It's not working today. Yeah, bot is still broken. How you doing, Esmer? But check the YouTube, it's in the description. I've got a keybind video and stuff like that there. Yo, Daliar, thank you for the new sub, man. How you doing, noob? Yeah, man, click casting is huge. Really, really huge. All right. Let's see what we got. Oh, yeah. Did you guys see what they're doing to Rescue? The new talent focuses on its value as a way to save allies who are out of position. They just want it to be like Grip, man. It's crazy. That's crazy. Rescue increases movement speed by 100% and allows spells to be cast while moving for 3 seconds. This one's fucking crazy. This is gonna be hilarious. Be like, rescue me so I can cast on the move. Oh, it's gonna be so irritating for people, for the evokers having to do it. Renewing Blaze when redesigned, upgrades Obsidian Scales, causing it to heal you over 8 seconds, equal to the damage it reduced. So Obsidian Scales is just like a crazy tanky button. I kind of dig this. I'm glad they're getting rid of like active abilities and stuff, you know? They've like long needed to do it. No, you can still have mouse over macros. You can still have your mouse over macros and everything. And like Blizzard has their own click casting for their raid frames. It's just kind of restrictive. It's more restrictive than click basically. And like that stuff's kind of irritating. So that's like at least on my list of things that they like have to change. Nah, I haven't watched any Preach videos. So this game in raid. Well, we're not raiding tonight. Can this game be free? If you farm gold for it, you could, yeah. You can use gold to pay for your game time. How you doing, dude, Rave? But like, oh yeah. In general, Jug, after the buffs, 100%. Yeah. Probably next week I'm gonna start doing some disc and raid stuff. I gotta study up on timings and get my gear together. How you doing, Callie? I'll play Oracle. Because as the season's gonna progress, we're gonna get more and more healing from the turbo boost, more gear. We're gonna get more from the raid renown, and it's gonna cause the overheal out of Oracle just to be like insanely strong. So, opinions of Pally Heal. It's kind of crazy. I'll go over it in just a second. But they're losing Crusader Strike. Yeah. They're losing Crusader Strike. So yeah, Prez got Call Ysera. Removed his, I guess, like an active that proc. You're just having it as a passive increase the Dream Breath healing by 25% and Living Flame by 50%. Love this change as well. Like, they removed a couple different actives for Prez, and this stuff is like super, super valuable. Wish Midnight Alpha Legion Remix would not happen at the same time? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm sure it's great for a lot of people who might want to watch Midnight Alpha, but then they would just play Remix because they don't have Alpha. So, I have a video about it, Daliar, that you might be interested in. If you check my YouTube, it's like a healing is changing thing. But I go pretty in-depth in that video. I think that might be what you might be looking for, you know? What's unknown beta? I have the... Try that again with different words, Esamir. What was that? Let's try that again. Monk got a bunch of changes this build. TFT empowers Enveloping Mist and Rising Sun Kick further. Enveloping begins to channel a soothing mist that may be cast while moving onto your target. Jadefire Stomp is back with Rising Sun Kick here. It's kind of funny that they found a way to like keep it in there, you know? I like this a lot. I actually really like this a lot. Mystic Coalescence, Rem's healing is increased by up to 300% in proportion to its coverage on yourself and your allies. So they want Rem's healing over time to matter more in smaller group content without increasing its power in raids. This is the talent that should incentivize the gameplay loop we want in raids while making the healing over time a good amount stronger elsewhere. This one is kind of neat because I don't know if it's just going to be like a focus for M+, or if it's going to be like one of those if you really want to play caster stuff. You can play caster stuff. Dude, Flacco to the Bengals is going to be hilarious if he beats the Packers, Jug. That one's going to be hilarious. And it was also crazy awkward where they were interviewing Jake Browning. And they're like, how do you feel about being fucking benched? It's like, what the fuck do you expect, you know? Yeah. I'm not sure what that means, Esamir, but maybe it's just a bug or something. Maybe. Yeah, that's the thing, Chop, is like, and this kind of goes hand in hand with the whole healing philosophy type stuff. The more you're like rolling and folding abilities into each other, the better that everything is going to feel. As long as the general like gameplay function feels the same. That's why Shaman's kind of a failure, right? Is because Shaman's like losing core abilities and core gameplay loop. But almost all the other healers are basically just having abilities folded into each other so that you could still have your Jadefire Stomp empowered with your Rising Sun Kick, folding those things together, but then you don't have to hit Jadefire Stomp every 15 seconds, which does nothing but activate a buff for you. You know, Jadefire Stomp on live doesn't do good damage, doesn't do good healing, it just looks pretty and sets up a buff for you. It's such a dead global that looks good. And so, like, this is the perfect way to do it, you know? So that's why I'm like, that's why this is like the stuff that I advocated for in my like previous healing videos and stuff like that, the one I made like a month ago. Next week, Flacco gets traded to the Steelers after A. Rodgers goes down. Faces Packers a third time. Let's fucking go. They just do like a last minute trade. Rodgers goes down in the Packers game, and they're like, who's that coming out of the tunnel? It's Flacco! Oh, man. Well, hey, I hope Flacco is getting a bag for all this work that he's doing, you know? I hope. The last line of the alpha notes makes you think they're already realizing incorporating 15 years of add-on development isn't easy. Yeah, and it seems like what they did was they kind of built a system where they could really like scale things back pretty quickly. So I think what they did was like they knew what they didn't know, or they knew that they didn't understand fully what they had to give add-ons. So my hope basically is that they'll be like, oh, we might need to have add-ons be stronger than baseline UI on launch, but we're going to get stuff like pretty good. That's right, Barlock. I had 30 grams of protein in a shake. Then I had a chicken meatball with onions and a baked potato. So I'm feeling heavy. I'm feeling heavy. 4 mil contract with a potential value of 13 million with incentives. Ooh, fuck yeah, man. I hope he gets that bag. I'm trying not to nap. That's why I'm walking. If I wasn't walking, I would for sure be napping. Oh yeah. It was a little smaller than my fist. Yeah. It was a little smaller than my fist, that meatball. Yeah. But I made them homemade. Panko breadcrumbs, chicken, diced up onions in there. Well, the thing is, Joker, he's still under contract from the Browns. And so I think the Bengals are like picking up his contract. So I just hope he has like really good incentives. Oh yeah, and here are things like this. Like I like that Rising Mist no longer heals targets because it didn't really heal for anything anyway. So like, what the hell's the point? You know? Minced garlic. I mean, I diced it up, but when you dice it up, you get a little crunch. Get a little surprise onion crunch in the meatball itself. You know? I like that. They moved around the T's. Chrysali's Burst of a Life has been moved. They removed Celestial Harmony, Mending Prolif, Mist Dispersion, Mist of Life. I don't think anybody's going to even miss these. Yeah, this is crazy. Holy Pally lost Crusader Strike. Making a change to condense the amount of Holy Power generators with a cooldown Pally has to track to see if it streamlines the rotational experience. There may be gaps rotationally for now while we tweak the finer details. We want to try this and see how it feels to play. I'm a big fan of this. I'm a really big fan of this. Because Pally had like too much opportunity cost or too many like wasted resources, I guess. There's so many times, right, where you just had so many things that generated holy power and you also had too much holy power and you just couldn't spend it all on time, you know? Yeah, now it's going to be like you have less things that generate, but you also have more time to cast buttons. So Holy Shock will reduce the cooldown of Judgment. It's like that'll still feel good for your gameplay because you do still want to cast Judgment a lot, you know? You know, Avenging Crusader triggers off Judgment, so you just like Judgment, Shock, Judgment, you know? Yeah, you bet, Daliar. Hard time deciding what to heal in Midnight. I got it narrowed down to Priest, Druid, or Shaman. Which one do you think would be pug friendly? Honestly, they're kind of making more things easier, and it's also super early, Sky. I'll be quite honest. Like, probably the easiest spec is going to be like Shaman because it has like nothing to track, but like stuff's going to change. If you ask me like a month before the X-Pack drops, I'll probably have a better answer for you. But we're in flux right now. Yeah, that's the thing. It was like a low prio button that didn't do any healing and just set up stuff. Like Judgment generates and makes healing in a variety of ways. You know, you have like Greater Judgment, JOL if you take that. I don't even remember if it still exists. I think it does. Like Truth Prevails, that kind of stuff, you know? Oh, I love the treadmill, Nico. Check the description, man. Check the description. Smell video recording incoming? Yeah, we'll probably, I think today we'll just do a bunch of research. Do a bunch of research on the healers. Maybe, I don't even know. What would we, how would we tier list this? The way too early, hard to easy version or something. Yeah, bot's down today. I'll check with John when I can. I'll check with him when I can. I don't know if I can whisper it or not. I don't know. It's like reset or something. Reboot. I don't know what it is. Nah, I think you're going to be in melee as a paladin. Like, you can kind of be ranged. You might be like a mid-range paladin, because Judgment has 30-yard range? No. That's Tyralian's Judgment. What the fuck? NPC abilities. Come on, man. There we go. 30-yard range. So, I mean, you can kind of be ranged in. Kinda. Rank all heals, but Bloody K God tier. There you go. Well, you gotta mix in like a little bit of clickbait. But it's just gonna be like, what healers are the best so far? Who feels fun in midnight or something like that, you know? And then you use it to be like educational. Then you use it to bring in some education. Yeah. But yeah, lots more judgment. Like, even Avenging Crusader, you're basically just proccing healing off of judgment. And that's it. Shield of the Righteous reduces the cooldown of Holy Shock. Blessed Assurance increase the healing damage of Holy Shock. Punishment now cast a free Holy Shock. Reclamation's tooltip only works on Holy Shock. Yeah. Shadow stuff in Archon. More Mind Blast damage for Void Weaver. That's pretty hype. Shadow Pain and Tropic Rift deal damage 25% more often. Void Heart persists for 8 seconds after the rift ends. Void Hearts change positions in the tree. So should I have that right now? Oh, I do. Oh, they moved Void Heart. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know, that's pretty hyped so far. Maybe Prez will be dethroned, I hope. I'm not gonna lie, I hope. I wanna be the ramp healer. Surprised to be here. Chain Heal has a better jump range. Yeah, this is crazy. Stormstream Totem as an Apex talent. Riptide has a 10% chance to upgrade your next healing stream to Stormstream, which heals 30% more, one additional ally at 100% effectiveness, and heals 2 injured allies immediately when used. Healing Stream Totem and Surge healing is increased by 30 to 60%, and Stormstream is usable for free and ignores its cooldown. Like, this is crazy to me, because it's just going to be a proc that you can track, of course, but it doesn't really do a lot to change your gameplay or decision making at all. It's just like, hey, you got a button, there you go, use the button. Just like, not nearly enough, I don't know, thought put into it, or gameplay considerations, or any of that kind of stuff. It's really strange. Yeah. Well, Shaman's healing is gonna be like stupid easy, you know? Yo, Bagel, thank you for the 2 months, dude. Are you talking about Hard Forced Omen of Clarity? That's like Shaman stuff, or Druid stuff, right? Let's see. Oh, yeah, clear casting and stuff like that. Well, it's like, it's weird because they basically decided that they were like happy with where Druid was at, not being that much of a hot healer, and then they're like, all right, screw it, like, we're just gonna fold all these extra abilities in together and then go crazy, you know? 10x shamans will have totems that are smart healing 3 people. You know, they'll have their surging totem, healing rain, and then, yeah, I mean, they're gonna have a whole bunch of healing stream totems. Oh, dude, we never had a Publix when I lived in Virginia at all, actually. Isn't the quest turning guy around here? Yeah. Tier list of healers by which one are the least hindered by the base UI. That's cool. That's actually cool. Alright, this levels me up a little bit. Oh, I never got a chance for the pub subs. I never got a chance for the pub subs. Oh, I got one more talent point. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, I saw Thune DM me the Resto macro tweet. He's like 60% or 70% of your healing is just coming from pressing a macro, basically. It's like, yay. Shit. Man. Stream need to go out, right? Yeah. The fucking circuit tripped. Yeah. Well, I have an uninterruptible power supply. I have a UPS. So that, like, it helps a lot, right? But yeah, this is the second time this has happened now. And this is the same kind of connections and everything like that I have as my old place. So I just swapped my UPS, my UPS, put it into another plug off to the side. So I distributed the plugs a little better, I think. Thank you, Neppy. I appreciate you. Yeah, let me get on Shaman. Let's get on Shammy. The latest build, Misaka, has not updated the healer UI at all. So no changes yet. But they did promise more changes. Both for what they're going to allow with add-ons, and they're going to update the healer UI. Yeah. Yeah. So updates are coming. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can, like, find a plug that's on a different circuit. I agree. I was looking for one in the closet and I didn't see one. Yeah. Yeah, probably an extension cord. It was like my last place had everything in the same room though. It was all like 100% in the same room. How you doing, Sam? Yeah, it might be extension cord time. I could probably, like, grab an extension cord, bring it from my living room, because I still have my Ethernet cord coming from my living room as well, and then I'll just get, you know, one of those cable covers, stick it to the wall, and just kind of feed them along the wall, I guess. Maybe that'll work. Yeah. But thankfully, the UPS is there. Diesel generator outside the window. There you go. There you go. All right, nothing new there. Some talents are coming soon. Coming soon. Here's the radius of your totems. Sure. So yeah, here's the Stormstream totem. Yeah. Super passive. Let's do that. Riptide has a 10% chance to upgrade your next Healing Stream totem to Stormstream, which heals for 30% more, heals 1 additional ally, and heals 2 injured allies for 4k healing when used. Ow. More healing out of your Healing Stream in Stormstream. Stormstream is usable for free and ignores its cooldown when available. So lots and lots of passives. Crazy amount, in fact. Kind of insane. Yeah. This is the wire that's in the walls. You can change breaker ID, assuming it's 15A and was 20A before. Okay. I'll open up a ticket for them to come in and look at it, because the switches in my bathroom don't work at all. Well, the power plugs in my bathroom don't work at all. Yeah. I had to, like, charge my toothbrush in another room. It was like, huh? So, I don't know. Maybe it's related. Like that, there's like one breaker that's perma, like, flipped, you know? How am I supposed to curl my hair? Exactly, I know. It's just been such a mess lately. Yeah. Yeah. This is the new hero talent for Resto Shaman. They just added. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why it's like a random chance either. That I don't know. I have no fucking clue. Hot take on Shaman. Healing Stream's your favorite button, so it being so heavily highlighted sounds awesome. Just doesn't feel like there's enough, like, direct healing from your abilities, you know? Yanks lost? So I called my dad last night. It's his birthday today, but I knew I was going to be kind of busy during the day. And first thing he's like, my birthday's not till tomorrow. And I'm like, I know, but I'm going to be busy tomorrow. I called him on my way back from the gym. It goes to voicemail, and I'm like, hey, happy birthday, first of all. But second of all, I knew you'd be busy during the day. So here's your birthday call. You know. Tune in the middle of this conversation has you stressed. Okay, why do I have a circuit that's tripped permanently, and every single time I try to reset it, it just goes back to being tripped, gamer? Yeah. Yeah, Shaman is the most pruned healer for sure. It is for sure the most pruned. Yeah. Faults in the circuit, or the breaker is broken? Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to see if I can have them, like, come check it out in the morning before stream or something tomorrow. I hate opening up tickets because I hate when people are coming in and I'm, like, you know, streaming or something. Yeah. Bad outlet doesn't reset when you push the button. Yeah, it could be that as well. Nah, Priest don't get an interrupt, and Resto Druid lost their interrupt. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Chili. I don't want to fuck around with it. I don't want to fuck around with it. Electricity's crazy, man. I have one of those dual drawer air fryers, and it would trip the breaker at my old apartment if I ran both of them at once. But when I go to the new place, it's totally fine, no fucking problems. But then at the old place, I never had a problem with everything that I have in my setup. And now I'm in the new place, and it's tripped the breaker twice. So weird. So, I mean, I assume it does, Akia. I assume it does. Hard to tell, you know? So, I mean, either way, the solution's gonna be the same, though. It's gonna be me calling them and them fixing it, you know? So, yeah. That's kind of it. So let me see. There it is. Storm Stream Totem. Does it look different? No, it looks like exactly the same. At least for now it does, right? At least for now it does. The other talent just increases healing by 60% and is usable for free, and you can ignore its cooldown. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, our druid is still heavy on the regrowth playstyle. Still very heavy on it. But yeah, shaman is basically like better healing rain. Actually, much better healing rain. Lasts longer. Show cooldowns. There we go. Yeah, I mean, so it's an 18-second cooldown and last 18 seconds. It's not too shabby. And then, not only is the Stormstream Totem... The Stormstream Totem is also a free totem. So you can just have it out and have it doing its thing. How long do the totems last? Let's see. It's 18 seconds? Yeah. Plug something into a circuit, look at the back of the device, see how many watts it is, divide that number by the voltage. You can usually tell why something trips. Got it. Ex-tryhard and 40-year-old dad. I'm excited for more simplified. Might be their target audience. I think a lot of this stuff is a very good simplification. Shaman got overpruned. Shaman, I think, at least for healers, is the exception to the rule. But like everybody else, I think is like good, you know? But basically, you're gonna have, you know, chain heal. You're gonna have your chain heal, you're gonna have your healing wave, and that's about it. So, your button presses get pretty limited. They get pretty limited. So, these are Lin Soul, I think is what they're called. I have them in the setup command, but then the bot's not working right now, so. GGIS. I know they're in my Discord. If you check the resources tab in my Discord, that'll have all the links. Totemic is like just super passive. You know, it's instead of a healing rain cast, you have an instant cast, and it's a 25-second duration and 25-second cooldown, and then it just casts totems for you. You know, you still have your lively totems, so you cast a healing stream totem, and it just also casts a chain heal. So it's pretty much the same as you would see on live, and this has like crazy synergy already with Stormstream Totem for your Apex talents, because you still have your reactivity where your healing stream heals an additional ally at 100% effectiveness. I'm pretty sure the intention is for that to also work with Stormstream, which would be nuts. So, yeah. But yeah, ginormous honkin' totem right there. What a fire. Stupid question, but how do you deal with stupid people who don't know the rules of etiquette, how to behave in the company of ladies? Try to avoid them as best as you can. I wish there was a better answer for you, man. I wish there was a better answer. I know that feeling, though. People don't know how to act. Assert your dominance and find out that they're into that shit. Oh my god. Yeah, dominate your bro. Yeah, that'll show him. Where's my Stormstream totems? They just won't proc. There is nameplate options, yeah. Yeah. There it is. Oh my god. Ka-chow. Yeah, so conceivably this would work. Should work. See your future where they reverse the pruning even slightly? They could on shaman, yeah, 100%. I could absolutely see them reversing it when it comes to shaman. I don't know if all the other healers need them. A lot of times, not every time, but a lot of times, they've done, I think, a pretty good job of like pruning and like folding ability powers in on top of each other. Like, we'll go to paladin in just a sec, actually. Let's go do that. Like, I think it'll probably be a good thing for them making Crusader Strike go bye-bye. As long as, you know, they might have some like tuning and things like that to figure out, of course, but I think it's overall going to be like a positive thing. Yeah. So the Holy Pally Apex talent is pretty nuts, but it's also a pretty small absorb. So it's also a pretty small absorb. You could play with hidden action bars, 100% XL. I don't know if they're going to allow class weak auras, though. It seems like they're, you know, kind of budging a little bit in some areas. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Remove interrupt from every healer? I'm down, man. I'm down. Surging Totem does replace Healing Rain. I mean, they made it so you can cast Healing Rain a lot faster. Like, the cast is faster and it lasts longer. So, they made it, like, significantly better. Yeah. You don't think many add-on devs are motivated to retool their add-ons to be pure UI reskins? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. I don't think I can even get into the raid, can I? I don't think so. I'll try. The area ahead is dangerous. Which main gate? it being just reskins, we'll enter a utopia of unlimited options with more products going to market. Is this guy doing the stonks? Wait, now I can't go over here? Going from Dornegal to this is like going from dirty socks to a steak. Wait, which one are you putting on your feet? Which one are you putting on your feet? You're more referring to a meal? Wait, you're eating dirty socks? Huh? Yeah, let me go speedy. I know I'm nutting over Supermoon, but like, huh? Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, man. You saw the videos, found you on YouTube one day, and I've watched a ton of vids and learned a lot. Just wanted to stop by and say thank you. Appreciate it, Zach. Welcome in, dude. Life is rough up here in the north. CD Manager is just kind of the same for all the healers right now. You can, I mean, they've made changes since live, so you can like change around what's actually showing, which is pretty nice. So you can kind of pick and choose what you want to show and what you don't want to show, for sure. Yeah, some of them are beneath and some of them are to the side. It's very goofy. It's very goofy. I think they can make all the UI changes that they need for healing at midnight. If they toss Jimmy, the UI developer, in the caves for long enough, it's possible. But I don't know. We're entering into a new area. I'm hopeful, but I'm not confident. Yeah, let me see if I can get into Silver Moon. Let me see. Yeah, they are. Well, the thing is, Craig, it feels like they are giving ground on add-ons. So we might just have like a slightly neutered form of Cell, you know? That's possible. It could be a very real world. Yo, thank you, Zach. Super busy with work, but I had to pop in quick and tell you what a masterpiece your image is in your Killing Healer add-ons video. It's effing amazing. Okay, back to work. Love you. Thanks, man. Where would I wouldn't be anywhere without my editor. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be like a pretty great world, as if you can still have Cell, but there'll be some limitations to it or something like that. Yeah, so this build overrides Crusader Strike with Holy Shock. That's what we wanted to check out real fast. We're just going to kind of go down the line with the healers. Get some comfort going with them and get a feel for all the changes they've received, all that stuff, you know? I don't know if it's going to let me into Silver Moon. Maybe I'm too nonchalant or giving Blizzard too much benefit. I'm like 90% sure they said we'd keep cosmetics the entire time. Sometimes there's just a disconnect, though, between what they say and what they do. And that's the scary part. But I'm not in the point of panic yet. We have time. We have time. It should, Bagel. Yeah, it should. I'm pretty sure it would do that, because I think your Convoke would still just apply a Germination if they already have Rejuve on it as well. With regards to hardware requirements, well, if you're running less add-ons, that's going to lower the hardware requirements for sure. But so far, my FPS has been good. Yeah, haven't had any issues. But I kind of have a monster of a machine, you know? I assume, Zach, we have till like February, maybe early March, something like that. It's tough, though, because on our way to February, we have to stop by this month called December. And that's when all the Blizzard employees take like all of their PTO. So it's a little scary in that regard. A little scary. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. I've known many Blizzard employees over the years, and they're all taking their PTO at that time. And I get it, you know, no flame to them, right? No flame to them whatsoever. But it's also like a shit. Yo, 5080, 9950 X3D. Let's go, Nails. Good shit, dude. I have a 9950 as well, but I only have a 4070. Yeah. Oh, 100%. Who doesn't want to be with their fam, you know? Let them cook before giving a release date. Rather wait a month for a game that's finished than having to play with half the game bugged. Yeah, I mean, I hope that they give a release date in like January when everyone gets back from break. And then they could be like, all right, here's where we stand, you know? Yo, what up, Noteworthy? Chat, I think we're cooked. Does not want to let me in. Dude, the AMD processors are just miles ahead of Intel. It's so ridiculous. Oh, 100%. Everybody would rather wait for it to be better, you know? I mean, it'll let me in. I just have to... I just don't think I can actually go to Silver Moon on my Pally after I level up. Yeah. But who do you feel the most excited for? I'm pretty excited for Priest, Pally. I want to dig into Monk a little bit more today. Kind of see where I'm at. I kind of want to see where we're at there. You cannot be disconnecting me here. Come on. Maybe my Pally's bricked for a sec. Maybe. I think I'm fine if they don't let me filter buffs and debuffs in your unit frames. If and only if there aren't too many to look at and know exactly what to do at a glance. Yeah. Yeah, what are we gonna call the new hub, Brewery? Let me in. It's probably just gonna drop me off an org, and that's fine. Monks are dooming? Okay, we'll check out Monk stuff in a sec. We'll check out Monk stuff in a sec. Silver Goon. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. Where are the healer dummies? I guess there aren't any. But let's see. Why do people doom when release isn't out yet? I mean, you know, think about it with sports. All those dooming Bengals fans. And then they're like, oh my god, Flacco's gonna save us. I do hope he beats the Packers, though. Oh, that's gonna be hilarious. Noteworthy. What? You missed out? You missed out on breaking news? Dude, Browns traded Flacco to the Bengals. Come on, man. Just happened yesterday. What's up, John? Yeah, come on, dude. You cannot be failing to refresh sports news every single day. Come on now. Are you gonna have 100% ancestor uptime? You could, or close to it, but then you wouldn't be like chaining your ancestors together for big damage periods. You know? Yeah. So you have your wings, only a 15-second duration when you activate it. Something like that. Wait, where's my Eternal Flame at? There we go. Same thing on the Venging Crusader. Old slow QB, leaky O-line, and Micah. Yeah, exactly. What could be better, you know? What could be better? Surely they're not gonna let Micah Parsons through, you know? Concentration gone? I don't know. I don't see it. Oh no, it's there for the auras of the Resolute. Yeah, okay. So you can actually cast it here. Yeah, it's at the bottom. It's at the bottom. Yeah. So in combat, your spenders have a 10% chance to cause your next judgment to deal 100% increased damage, crit strike, and activate awakening. Yeah. Yeah, so we're taking that. Judgment crits empower your next word of glory to activate Light of Dawn. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Veneration gives an absorb now. I forgot about that. That's actually really sick. That's actually really sick. I would like to take some capstones, but I'd have to give up my Apex talents for it. I'm just not a high enough level where I can have all my options, you know? Appreciate it, Zach. Take it easy, dude. New lighting. Yeah, new lighting. It's a little darker than I'd like. Or we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm figuring it out. Yeah, I wish it would just put us at level 90. Yeah. What can you do? But like, there's a bunch of talents you'd want to take. This is going to help out some of your caster spells. Seems like inflow's still really, really powerful. Probably like a double beacon angle. It's kind of tough. There's a lot of things you'd want. I guess you don't really need to have the reduced cooldown with Call of Righteousness. That's pretty expensive, actually. Maybe if you take all these Holy Shock talent points, you'll be cooking. Maybe that'll work. So yeah, no more Crusader Strike. Oh yeah, and then you also just have the chance for the extension too, which is really nice. Yeah. So you kind of are ranged in now. You don't really have to be in melee with Crusader Strike being gone. But you're probably going to be, like, counted as a melee player, though. Your Awakening procs are just going to be, like, less predictable, less consistent. Well, I mean, I guess they'll be consistent, but just not predictable. Yeah, so then that, like, procs an Awakening. Denounce spam? I hope not. I feel like that was always so weird. Not gonna lie. Maybe they'll make Crusader Strike just do damage or something and not generate Holy Power for Holy Pally. I still have Consuming Infusions, gives you... Still have Consuming Infusions, is going to give you a cooldown reduction for your shock. I hate it in Texas. Happy Thursday. I think a lot of the druid changes are good, yeah. It's so strange when like some specs keep their kick and others don't. There's not really like a reason or rhyme why, you know? So, I guess my big question with Paladin is like, what do you do during downtime? Let's see, main questions for healers. H. Paler. Remind me if I miss anything, chat. Lose Crusader Strike. Hammer of Wrath. Hammer of Wrath folded into Judgment. CD reduction for Crusader Strike stuff folded into Shock. Lots more Shock casts and uses. Many additional absorbs. Veneration, Seraphic, Barrier, and Beacon of the Savior. Beacon of the Savior is going to be a beacon. Cause your next direct healing on others to heal that ally for 30%. And transfers to the lowest HP player. And transfers more healing. Or every 5 seconds the beacon transfers, they're granted an absorb. So, yeah. Yeah. Do some damage? With what? They do damage with what, Osiris? Shield the Righteous, I guess? Yeah. Their options are a little low. Yeah, they just don't have, like, spammable damage to do, you know? Maybe they should have denounced back. Now it's growing on me. Yeah. Maybe they need to. Yep, this build, Crusader Strike is gone. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Add a dot to shock if used offensively. That could be cool. I could see that. I could see that. It'd be weird for the spec to not really have any like spammable damage or anything to do during downtime, you know? Eh. Yeah, I feel like all the adjustments they've made have been really good for Herald, but there's none of these under construction talents for Lightsmith either. So they're kind of like trying to add ways that Lightsmith could be better, but they're not even in the game yet. So, you know, still takes some time. Hoping for an announce spam. You never know. You never know. All right, so what else are like big questions for Paladin? How do you deal damage during downtime? Will you still be considered melee when you no longer have melee healing requirements? You seem hyper mobile. Lots of instant casts. Some casted spells that seem to be for downtime. Flash. You know. I mean, yeah, your mastery still is proximity based, but you've had Beacon of the Lightbringer for a while. You've had that for a while. After reading the Lightbringer book, I finally realized that they tried to make it pretty similar to the book. It was a nice nod towards it. When was a time where you would want mechanics to consider you ranged? Almost never. Almost never. Yeah. Like, if Pally stays marked as a melee healer, that's a huge benefit for them. Yeah. I guess, yeah, Light of Dawn is your radius. It's like proximity based. I suppose that's fair. Light of Dawn still is proximity-ish based. But you can increase the radius of Light of Dawn by 10 yards. It's currently a 15-yard radius, so it could be a 25-yard radius around you. So that's still pretty good. Consecrate automatically casts with Righteous Judgment. Yeah, you don't actually have to cast Consecrate anymore if you talent into Righteous Judgment. I think if you get rid of it, then it returns? Let me double check. Yeah, then it returns there. But I think you would probably just, you know, keep that button. Seems pretty convenient. So that kind of automatically does it for you. And it replaces the button for you. So yeah. Righteous Judgment replaces Consecrate. Yeet. Paladin just got like good stuff. I feel like they're in like a pretty advantageous position. These are just notes for videos. Yeah, all this stuff's gonna go into a video. I usually don't post my notes because they're, I don't know, schizophrenic at best. And I don't really want anybody commenting on them, I guess. Or like, what did you mean by this? Because it's just stuff I'm making for my videos. If you guys have questions in chat, I don't mind, but I don't really like post this stuff, you know? Right, as like a healer in keys, you could definitely go full ranged. You could definitely go full ranged. There is a talent page for alpha talents, yeah. 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 Oh yeah, you can have Unbound now. It's pretty OP. The need to equip a shield's not a good thing. The shield damage could have an extra text and they can modify it to a frontal slash. Yeah, dude, I wish we could have a two-hander as a Holy Pallor. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you go ask that Clanker, Osiris. Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead. Yeah, I think Holy Paladin's in like a really great spot. I'm not gonna lie. It's wild how little people are willing to play strategist. That's why I just heal, dude. I just heal. Actually, let me play monk. It's fun. I really enjoy healing in rivals. It's tough to do though. A lot of strategists like struggle with using their ultimates in that game. It's disappearing me. That's Preslican? Probably the most changed healer, Hurricane, yeah. Probably the most changed healer. We'll check it out after Monk. How about that? Yeah, I'm at like Grandmaster right now. I think the season's about to change over. But I usually get the Celestial every season in solo queue, and then that's about it. Yeah, you have to like play so much to rank up, I swear. When you're, well, at least as a solo queue healer. Yeah. Yeah. Take the damage increases. God, Got 2 talent points to actually make this a real ability. Oh, man. Didn't it remove Celestial Harmony? I thought they did. Yeah, right? Hang on, let me put together a Master Fist Weaving build. Yeah. Yeah, that's usually where it is. Lotus Infusion, right? Yeah, we're gonna look at the Stomp in a sec. I guess we would go after the Cocoon, right? Yeah. Oh, I don't really want the T. Under Bird. This is Celestial Harmony. Like the absorbs and stuff. That's great. That'll work. Oh, man. You got to go to one or the other. Yeah, I guess you got to do that. Because I don't think I'd... Yeah, I don't think I really care about that. Yeah. Releases the Jade Fire Stomp. Big ol' stompas. I've never been to Japan. That sounds awesome, though. I'd love to go. Fights are cheap. Yeah, they have. I mean, what I know about Japan is they have a lot of they have like a big economic crisis going on, basically. But that's about as far as my knowledge goes. Yeah. You get round trips out of LAX for $500. God damn, dude, that's nuts. That's actually so nuts. RSK damage, 20%. Ooh, kind of want to take that talent too. Need more talent points. Fuck. Just give me all the talent points, Blizzard. Just get me all the talent points so I can test your game. Oh my god. Who caused that for Japan? So they were having an issue dealing with their deflation, and then they lowered interest rates, and then people basically like borrowed money, and instead of investing in Japan, they invested in like other countries. That's kind of how it went down, as far as I understand. So many talent points I want to take. Fuck it. So many talent points I want to take. Want you... Yeah, I know. Just level all the characters. Easy. And then they wipe them, and then just level them again. And then they wipe them. Yeah. What can you do? There we go. Save. Houston is round trips at 658. That'd be pretty sick. Top of the Mistweaver tree is a little bit funky. Yeah, there's so much stuff that's like PvP only, it feels like, too. It's so strange. It's so strange. The wide hero talents. Yeah. Having like another row is a little bit of an odd choice. I feel that. I feel that. So now this is a Jadefire Stomp. Yo, what a Kamari. Yeah, we'll do Prez right after this. Oh, interesting. So, what was that talent? Oh, that's right, the Emperor's Elixir. So, it looks like I tea aplenty, and it will randomly empower additional envelops or rising sun kicks. So, what happens is, like, you'll cast an envelop sometimes. Let me see. Like, boom, big kick. Like, boom, big kick. Boom, big kick. No longer empowered. But then if I hit the envelop, it just starts channeling the soothing. And so you kind of have to, like, get used to the idea that, like, sometimes you might cast it. It's actually kind of funny, because, like, Monk has a lot of, like, random sort of things to track. I'm trying to find where the buff is. You have so many different ones.
What up, Jack? I might be going to the Fellowship Dark Side for a little bit. A lot less time commitment required surrounding gearing. Definitely easier with 2 young kids. Very little time for gaming as of late. Are you planning on playing?
I plan on playing Fellowship? Yeah. When the game comes out, I'm probably gonna jump between... Probably gonna be jumping between, like, Fellowship and Alpha quite a lot. Yeah, they do need to have a vitality tracker. That's a good point. That's a really good point, in fact. But shouldn't this also... Oh, no, it doesn't. Not yet, at least. Here we go. Yeah, so your next envelop will immediately cast... And so, like, that right there is going to trigger the soothing. Yeah. So that's another buff that needs to be tracked for Monk. Monk might actually have the most things to track then. Because knowing when you cast envelop and then it's going to start triggering an automatic soothing, you can lean into quite a bit, because then you can start getting a bunch of casts off really fast. So the cooldown manager itself works well for Monk, but also at the same time, I feel like Monk has the most things to track. And there's more buffs than you would think. Like right here, I have back-to-back envelops that are about to be empowered. So I envelop into soothing, and then you would, just spam a bunch of vivifies or whatever it is that you might need to do. Cast another envelop, and it triggers another soothing. It is pretty weird, Mac. Yeah. Yeah. So I would say for, like, Monk... Seems like more things to track than any other healer. Tea of Plenty. Or of Serenity. / Serenity to track empowered envelops, rems, RSKs for decision making. Shayloons replacing Vivify feels odd so far. Yeah. No recommendations for healers for midnight yet. We're still in alpha. Too much is changing. I don't know if I like this Jade Empowerment perma buff. Seems like it's gonna be stupid weak. But making it a constant buff, or a proc buff, just adds to the coggy load for tracking. Buff manager still incomplete for monk tracking. Yeah. Well, I'm not getting PI removed, Bambus. What the heck? What the heck? You got the wrong guy, pal. I'm not shooting myself in the foot like that. I mean, Shadow Fiend's kind of removed if you think about it. It no longer has Shadow Covenant, so you're less dependent upon it. Oh, that's how you PvP damage? Okay. Thank you, Cog. I didn't know that. That's right, Fox. True. I don't know what I'm going to do with Remix Cat. Probably going to take my time with it. Probably piece together a couple Priest Mogs and stuff like that. Yeah. Not all the healers, Coffee. Not all the healers. But like Fellowship's coming out next week, so I'm gonna play that a bunch. I'll play, you know, I'm gonna keep up to date with all the healer changes, have update videos and stuff like that for you guys. We'll have some more what do you call it? We're gonna have some more sit downs with like various healers and everything like that. Yeah. Talk about Shaman with the new Apex talent? I did, yeah. If you just rewind the VOD, JB, I'll talk about it. But yeah, it's pretty mediocre, man. Pretty mediocre for a spec that doesn't really have much to track. It feels like Monk might actually be one of the more complicated or most complicated healers. Oddly enough. Still got more talent points coming around. I think Meg has a video about this too. Let's check. Let's roll out the TV. How bad is it really? All right, chat. Which of these brands have you seen online video recently? KFC. There you go.
It's Meg. In light of the pruning and the first alpha build, I just wanted to go over how significant the changes are for the play and for the feel of the spec, as well as some additional feedback. After the summit, I had some pretty serious concerns, but we didn't get too much of a chance to play with them. Of course, now these are just leveling dungeons, and numbers are mostly irrelevant, so I was focused on how it felt to play with the limited content that we had access to. The largest difference in feel for me is the removal of Jadefire Stomp.
Yeah, you bet, Mickey.
And the choice node between Vivify and Shaylin's Gift.
Glad you enjoyed it.
For me, Jadefire Stomp was a very satisfying button to use. It was a good opener that basically readied you for your rotation, cooldowns, and allowed you to tag things with Mystic Touch. I liked how impactful it was, and I think without it, it feels very odd walking up to a pack and just pressing Tiger Palm or spinning Crane Kick. These abilities don't feel as impactful as an opener, and even though they do tag things with Mystic Touch, it just feels like something's missing.
Momentum.
You know what's missing? Momentum. Holy shit, the jump scare. Holy shit.
On positioning and planning movements, but we didn't really lose anything since Way of the Crane and Jadefire Teachings are just passives now. So in terms of power, it's unchanged, but the rotation feels a little bit lackluster. which I guess we should have expected from the pruning. For Vivify and for Shaylan's Gift, I was worried about not having a spot heal if I was specifically saving my clouds for something. This is a concern that we still have, and we're likely to not get a real answer until beta and more challenging testing begins, since leveling dungeons don't provide a good environment to test throughput or planned cooldown use. I know I said numbers mostly don't matter, but in this case, the power from Shaylan's Gift at 0 clouds should be outperforming Vivify in a 5-man setting, and the stacks would be considered bonus or extra healing.
Makes sense.
The main concern with this is stemming from our current use of Shaylan's Gift being reserved for scripted mechanics that are planning ahead for burst healing with active amps. But when this is also becoming our spot heal due to overriding Vivify, what do we do?
Yep.
I do think it's too early to say for sure on how this is supposed to work, as their goal for healing is to slow it down. Maybe there's so little healing outside of mechanics that Ancient Teachings will be our spot heal. Maybe we'll never need to go higher than a few stacks of Shaylan's Gift. Maybe Spirit Font is meant to be our spot healing. We don't really know, and again, we likely won't know until much further into the development process.
Yo, if you want me to get YouTube Premium, make sure you subscribe to twitch.tv/AutomaticJak.
But it's still worth bringing up.
I create the content, I don't watch it.
Defensive-wise, I do still miss Expel Harm. I very much relied on it to be my main source of self-healing, especially while on the move, in addition to the Chi Cocoon that it provided with Under Focus Tea. Losing Diffuse Magic really sucks, but everyone lost defensives, so I'm not super concerned with having less defensives. I'm more concerned with the fact that Fortifying Brew is now our only active defensive.
Yep.
This ability has a history of being super weak. Even in the current game mode, we still die through it, and it's just not my favorite button in the world to have as our only option. So we'll see how that plays out, but I am slightly concerned with our survivability in that aspect, in addition to losing the Expel Harm. For new talents, Apex talents, and hero talents, I had a lot of concern about build cohesiveness, specifically with Vivify being our heal button, but Heart of the Jade Serpent from Conduit of the Celestials requiring Shaylan's Gift to proc it still. I was really hung up on that, but we did get confirmation that Heart of the Jade Serpent will be changing off of Shaylan's Gift as a trigger. We just don't know what the new one is yet. Pretty much any concern I had about builds kind of stepping on its own toes between Keys and Raid was just a matter of it being alpha and things are still being worked on. I do have concerns about the cooldown manager and tracking Boston resources, specifically Vitality. The CD manager has not been updated for Mistweaver for alpha yet, but even after the pruning, we still have a lot of HOTS to track, as well as long-term stacking from things like Manatee and Shaylan's Gift.
Yep.
And the additional resource that still can't be tracked reliably from the buff working off of thresholds because it still freaks out on alpha. We haven't seen any updates for Master of Harmony as of the making of this video, so maybe things are—
What was the thresholds thing that she mentioned?
For Master of Harmony as of the making of this video, so maybe things are changing, as long-term stacking from things like Manatee and Shaylan's Gift. And the additional resource that still can't be tracked reliably from the buff working off of thresholds because it's
What is this that she's talking about?
still freaks out. Updated for it's kind of stepping on its own toes between Keys and Raid was just a matter of it being alpha and things are still being worked on. I do have concerns about the cooldown manager and tracking Boston resources, specifically Vitality. The CD manager has not been updated for Mistweaver for alpha yet, but even after the pruning, we still have a lot of HOTS to track, as well as long-term stacking from things like Manatee and Shaylan's Gift. And the additional resource that still can't be tracked reliably from
What's this additional resource?
the buff working off of thresholds because it still freaks out on alpha. We haven't seen any updates for Master of Harmony as of the
Oh, Vitality, I guess.
making of this video, so maybe things are changing. Maybe we haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
But not being
She didn't say Vitality, so it was confusing me.
able to track all of our things is really high up on my list of concerns for Monk.
Yeah, 100%.
Spirit Font was something that I was very concerned about, with a lot of the changes seeming to be placing heavy emphasis on Soothing Mist and on casting, but thankfully this has worked out pretty well. I did do a short video on Spirit Font already, but basically all the concerns I had with it have been dispelled, as it's a standalone passive heal. It can be played around slightly with voice procs, but is largely passive healing, and it doesn't impede gameplay at all, and it provides DR and shields.
Yeah, it just does a thing.
I was worried about Way of the Crane and Way of the Serpent being overly polarizing, and I'm hoping to see some further iteration with these, specifically about Way of the Serpent. Talenting into either of these does not change your classification, so they are still a melee-based healer. That is something that we've been talking about forever at this point, and we'll probably always have this conversation. But Mistweaver remains
So over
a
it.
melee healer, and we will get melee assignments, regardless of if you're Way of the Crane or Way of the Serpent. I do hope to see some updates with these. Way of the Serpent allows casting while moving during Soothing Mist and Crackling Jade Lightning, but if you're playing a Serpent-style healer, you likely don't take Jade Empowerment or Jade Fire Teachings, which kind of renders the Crackling Jade Lightning part irrelevant. I would like to see instead Thunder Focus Tea given 2 additional interactions with Soothing Mist and Crackling Jade Lightning to allow them to be empowered abilities with the effect of being allowed to move at full movement speed during the next cast of Soothing Mist or Crackling Jade Lightning. Thunder Focus Tea had Vivify and Expel Harm removed from the empowered ability list, so there's some open spots. Being able to plan movement with Crackling Jade Lightning and Soothing Mist during heavy damage phases would greatly benefit both Mythic Plus and
Hang on. Let me rewind real quick.
next cast of Soothing Mist or Crackling Jade Lightning. Thunder Focus Tea had Vivify and Expel Harm removed from the empowered ability list, so there's some open spots. Being able to plan movement with Crackling Jade Lightning and Soothing Mist during heavy damage phases would greatly benefit both Mythic Plus and raid situations, and I would imagine for PvP as well. In addition to the Thunder Focus Tea changes, something else I would like to see addressed is the point allocation required for both Shaylin's Gift and for Life Cocoon.
Yeah.
Life Cocoon takes 3 points to get it to where it is at in keys with Mist of Life, Chrysalis, and Common Coalescence. That's a big point investment for a pretty underwhelming external, especially for tanks.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded the
Nope.
Almost every other healer only has to put 2 points into this, and they do get a great tank button out of it. I would like to see the same happen for Mistweaver. I do still think that being able to pick between a large shield or a small shield and a DR would be nice. I don't know how this affects PvP, to be completely honest, but being able to use a DR on my tank is something that I think that every healer should have at this point in the game. Even still, if they do not want to give us a DR, I do think that at a base level, even if nothing else with Cocoon changes, I believe that the absorb amount should be scaling off of the target's health rather than my own health, so that even without a DR, it's useful on tanks without being crazy on DPS.
That could be nice.
For Shaylin's Gift, I would like to see a couple of things swapped around. It was mentioned that Mist Dispersion is likely not going to make it through the alpha cycle, which is okay. So I would expect to see something else take its place, but still on that same Veil of Pride node. We have to take the base ability, a secondary effect, and a targeting effect. I would like to see this reduced down to 2 points, and replace the Shaylin's Gift node with what would be the Legacy of Wisdom version, or the Emperor's Favor version.
I
And then
think
just have a
the best way to put this is like, how would you describe this? When choosing between your talents, you often have to choose between overall heal increases, i.e. Secret Infusion. It's another good example. And try to soothing for more healing from envelop round. Fuck it. We'll just say that. Peaceful Mending, Lotus, Infusion, etc., etc. Verse, you have to choose between overall heal increases versus talents that make Chi, Cocoon, Shayloons, etc. worth using. I think that's kind of how I would describe it. It's like, in order to use your Cocoon and like, or Life Cocoon, not Chi Cocoon. Minor spelling error. Get that guy? Life Cocoon. Yeah. It's like, there's just a lot of things that like, you have to invest all these fucking points just to like, make it not shit. Just not shit. Yeah. Alright, continue.
The second choice node below that being Veil of Pride, and whatever is replacing Mist Dispersion. 3 points is a lot of investment to just get something to a consistent, usable state, and Life Cocoon and Shaylin's Gift both fall victim to that currently. So what has actually changed gameplay-wise? Not a lot. It feels pretty similar to what we play on live, especially in dungeons, with just a few parts missing, which we can attribute to the pruning. I'm cautiously optimistic about the future of the spec, and if Jadefire Stomp could return in some way, even passively, I would be really happy with where it's headed. I
There
am
you go,
excited
Dub.
to see how things develop through alpha and beta, and
I'm gonna
as
be like an
always,
average chatter and be like, actually, they did add Jadefire Stomp back, even though the video was a day ago.
leave your feedback.
You know,
It's the best time to do it when things are
average
still in
chatter.
development, so don't let your opinions go unheard.
Cool. Lighter up. God, how do you not know? How do you not know about that stuff? Seriously. Unreal. Unreal. Alright. Any thoughts, questions about Monk before we move on to Prez? Fist Weaving is very back. Basically, you don't have to cast Jadefire Stomp anymore to get the benefit. You just have to take this talent, Way of the Crane, and then you got to go invest in Jadefire Teachings, and then your damage just does healing. Huzzah. Congrats. They also moved up your T of Plenty and T of Serenity. So you're always empowering a random Enveloping Mist, and you can either empower random Rising Sun Kicks, which cast Jadefire Stomps when they're empowered, or empower your Renewing Mists. Make them last longer and stuff. Longer and stronger. Yeah. Manatee getting the mana reduction? What do you mean? I still see the movement? I mean, I guess there's not like a second talent, right? Is that what you mean? Because there used to be a second talent that went in line with it? Yeah, it feels like there's less fluff, but there's also just a ton to track. I think that Monk might actually be the healer that has the most stuff to track at all times. And to like juggle, you know? Oh, right. I like that a lot. Good call, Malachi. I'm gonna add that to my list. Good call, man. Dub. W Malachi. Mana T no longer has a mana cost reduction after your channel. Big fan. Now you just hit in downtime and push button. Yippee. I like that a lot. Yeah. I like that a lot. Good call, guys. Because, yeah, I always felt bad. Like, I played my Monk a lot in Liberation of Undermine as an alt, and I hated that part of the spec. Where I'm like, I have downtime. I can cast my Mana Tea, but oh, wait, I gotta actually wait for my ramp before I do it, you know? It's less tracking now. So you don't have to time your Mana Tea before you start healing and doing stuff, you know? Simplified Monk is more complex than... Or sorry, Simplified Alpha Monk is more complex than Live Shaman. That's a true. Hit that guy with the true. Hit that guy with the fucking true. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's something else. Oh, banger. Alright, on to praise. On to praise. Positive change for disc? Yeah. They changed around evangelism. It's not where I think it should be at yet, but like they kind of wrote down their goal for what they want it to be, and it's like a good goal. They're doing a good job of like making Voidweaver and Oracle both feel strong and feel interesting, which I think is really nice as well. So you can have multiple kind of ways to you can basically just have like multiple different ways to make stuff feel good, I guess you could say. So yeah, I would call that a nice W. They just are not all the way there yet, basically. Let's see. Yeah, increases your crit value. Call Your Sarah is now passive. Yeah, H Paler talk was a little earlier. You know, I think I have the rewind feature on the channel now. But we'll use this stuff for a video as well, in case you missed it. try a YouTube player OP. Yep. Yeah, still having Life Spark. So big thing was like the Twin Guardian change, which I don't know if they've even put into the game yet. It doesn't seem like it. Because it still shows as an absorb. But it's supposed to be a movement speed increase now. It's supposed to be. Still got our double time dilation. And then, yeah, I guess it is kind of encouraging more seedling value too. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to make a tier list, won't I, for best healer changes? Yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to do that. Let me go over all the healers today, and then I'll probably make a list about it. The way I like the healers so far. Because, yeah, they still have that fluttering seedling. Let me see if I can just queue up for a dungeon as well. See if we can find a squad. Just a memory, and you'll see. I think the biggest thing is that Chrono Warden's kind of dead. Yeah, no more 100% uptime on Grandma, Grandpa. And then you also just like, I feel like you want to just hold your totems for big damage too. So that you can like double pop Grandma, Grandpa type stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So I did a sit down with UT and Volk the other day, Nick. Yeah, but if you want to link that, I'll probably browse through it and see if there's anything new that he's added. But we will have a Prez sit down video soon, TM. We will have one soon, TM. My Dream Bath healed me for 25k, so yeah, literally like 25-30% of my HP at full empowerment. And then Marithra's Blessing healed for like 6.5. I guess it should also heal me multiple times. Because the blooms will heal your primary target multiple times if no nearby injured allies are present. Oh, so that's what happened. Yeah, okay. It just stacked up everything. Oh, you're good, Jug. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Healer frames have no changes since my last video about them. They still suck, but they've said that they are 100% making changes to the healer frames. So don't panic yet. Don't panic yet. When they put them up and they got a problem, I'll let you know when to panic, though. So healing frames are a big issue right now, Proud, and I made a video recently that at this time right now, Cell is dead. But they're kind of slowly walking back some of the different add-ons and stuff, like add-on restrictions. So there's a good chance that we could end up with like, fucker. There's a good chance that we could end up with a good setup. Yeah, my circuit tripped again. One sec. Maybe that's what it was. It might be that my treadmill was plugged into the like extension box. I don't know what you would call it. The power strip. I have a power strip mounted underneath my desk. And I don't remember the way I had it last time. I thought I had my treadmill plugged into the power strip underneath my desk, but I just plugged it into the wall now. So I'm going to try it again. I think this will fix it. We'll see. If it doesn't fix it, then like, yeah, we got some big old issues. So yeah, maybe that's what I just like fucked up. Yeah, it's almost certainly better. Yeah, one sec. I'm going to beep. The walking pad was overheating. Yeah. I think that might have been the issue. I just can't remember. I thought I had it plugged in under my desk, but it's entirely possible that I didn't. And like that could be causing the entire issue. Yeah. Okay. Apparently quick. Apparently, man. My luck with apartments is dreadful. Yeah. Just wait until I buy a house coffee. And then my luck will surely turn around. Yeah. I've had this treadmill for like 9 months, so it hasn't caught fire yet. Yeah. This treadmill is relatively pretty quiet, but I also am walking like a mile an hour, Holosis. So if you start, obviously the faster you walk, like, the louder it gets. But I would say under 2 miles an hour, it's pretty quiet. Yeah, I feel that, Peo. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. But yeah, I would even just in general recommend if you're doing a walk pad, like you should walk like 1 to 1.5 miles an hour. Because I think it's a lot better if you're walking slow but for longer. Because then it just means it's less time of you sitting down. Does it work that way? Oh, I bet, Sim. I was just yapping, What can they do to make sell possible without enabling the automatic gameplay they don't want? You'd have to like... I guess the best way to explain it, Yiddy, is that just like Cell has an indicator tab and it has like, a million options for what you can do. If they have a way to modular, like we allow this but not that, I think that would be good. Hi, Denarlin. I'm fine if they like reduce, 70 or 80% of Cell. Or sorry, 20 to 30% of Cell. And they have it working at 70 or 80% capacity. I'd be fine with that. It's not ideal, but, it is what it is. Yeah. Where's Spirit Bloom? It's this talent called Marithra's Blessing. Your essence abilities have a chance to infuse your next reversion with the power of the green dragonflight and cause blessing. And it springs up a bloom of life around your target, heals that target and up to 5 others within 30 yards for X. The blooms can heal your primary target multiple times if no injured allies are present. So it kind of rolls it into an empowered reversion. Oh yeah, him's got you. So you could still have add-ons do click casting to help you. Blizzard has their own built-in click casting, but it has like really annoying limitations, basically. It has like really annoying limitations. So not at the moment, Arlen, but I think they're gonna work on it. So I think the class changes for Midnight are really good. I am worried about the UI changes. That's what I'm concerned about. I'd love it if they had played... Fellowship comes out literally next week. If they make it so that the raid frames can do everything Fellowship's frames can do, I think that's a good compromise. So the way they do talents work, Snake, is you... In the War Within right now, you have 10 points to put on these bottom 3 rows, right? The Apex talents cost 4 points, and you get 4 more points when you level on your spec tree. And so you're intended to put them here, But you technically can just ignore all of these if you didn't want them and just take more stuff here. If you so chose. Exactly. You could, but it seems like their goal is to make it so you don't want to do that. Yeah. You hate that? I think they're going to make him strong enough. I mean, the whole goal is like, if you think about live right now, your hero talents, let's just say, are like 30% of your healing. What they're trying to do next expansion is take the hero talents and make them like 15% of your healing, and then make like the other 15% the Apex talents. Something like that. That's kind of the ballpark of like what their goal is. Time of range misweaving is coming. It seems like they're trying to balance both, man. But it's not the first time that they've tried to do both at once. So we'll see, you know? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It would just be like a failed tuning issue. So like, I don't think it's gonna be a problem for Prez, because you just have to make the, the Spirit Bloom good, which should be not too terribly difficult, right? You'd think. Yeah, what's the deal? What's the use playing by your rules? Yeah, I would love it if like Rejuve or Wild Growth had more of a focus with the Apex talents for Druid. I'm with you on that one. I definitely prefer that one. Right, and that's one thing Thune had said a bunch of Tricane was like, how do you actually manage your mana? Well, they're already making changes based on feedback, Faye. This week, they added back Jadefire Stomp, which all the monks really, really wanted very badly. So it's possible. I mean, I don't think they're going to add back Cloudburst because they just made the Apex talent really, really super focused and centric upon this like empowered healing stream totem, basically. Yeah, like Proud said. So like it kind of seems like they're already heading in a different direction on that one. Well, that's the thing. I mean, monks are even saying, I still want Jadefire even if it's just a passive. And so like that's exactly what they did, is they just made it a passive. And I think that's good. Like, as much as the monks, I think that like I think the like the monkey like stimulation activated kind of thing is more about like, ooh, pretty light from Jadefire Stomp, more than, oh my god, this ability is so good because it sets up my stuff. It's like, I think it's really just like, ooh, pretty, Yeah, I want pretty thing, and I get that, So I think this is like the perfect compromise. I think having a dead GCD that just gives you buffs kind of stinks. Yeah. They determined if all the monks wanted it. I mean, they read the feedback, and if they agree with the feedback, then they do it. That's literally how it goes. They don't take a vote. They don't take a vote. I mean, I get that Jadefire is cool looking, yeah. But I also 100% know why they got rid of it to begin with, right? Yeah, the thing is, it's satisfying to press because it looks good. It's not satisfying to press because of the healing or damage that it does, So the best thing to do with it is to make it passive, But like, yeah, the best thing you could do is like take Blizzard's intentions, make a logical argument for why they should add or remove whatever, and then you just kind of go from there. With you. Satisfying to optimize and have to be in melee range. It's a skill thing. Can you proactively place it down? It's pretty, but the gameplay was cool too. I disagree. Well, like, what do you have to optimize? You push the button. You push the button. You push the button down in melee. It's like down there in melee. If they move out, then you just chi burst, and then you reset the cooldown, and then you cast it again. Like, it's one of those things that like, if you play well, then you get the effect. And then if you play poorly, you only get punished. Like, come on. Come on. Yeah, it resets so often. You have to cast it 15 seconds Every 15 seconds. And it does no healing, no damage on its own. Right? What's 1 divided by 15? That's 6.6% of the time. 6.6% of the time you have to cast a button that does no healing, no damage, and allows you to do healing and damage. Thing to not good before the chi burst reset. Third boss is always super hard. Being punished for not reading how the fight would move. Progress is fun. I mean, like, fun is subjective. But, again, it goes back to my point. It could only ever punish you. You don't get, like, a reward for doing well. Your reward is, like, average. So if you do it right, you have an average experience. If you do it wrong, you have a bad experience. Yeah, your reward's not being punished. That's a bad ability. That's a bad ability. Yeah. That is my whole argument. It could only ever, like, hurt you or be, like, a punishment to you, you know? I don't think that's a particularly good thing. Look at this fat range. Yeah, that's what I said, Chuck. Right? Math. 6%. Damn. No gamers on. Yeah, this would give you the Murthra's Blessing, and then you can just cast that on yourself. Yeah, the point of the cooldowns is to reward you, exactly. And it just didn't do a good job of that. And I don't think that stuff's good gameplay. And I don't think any of that stuff's good gameplay. It's like, yay, I didn't get punished. You're all good, man. Yeah. Shadefire would be cool, hit force positional gameplay, but it resets so often. Yeah, the thing is, like, it like limited where you could stand. And then they try to add like a safety net to it, so if you left the field for like 3 or 4 seconds, you'd keep the effects. You know, it's like, Blizz should have stuck to the original statement that it'll be a long process. They won't cut an add-on so they can replace it. This Scorched Earth approach should not have come until the last Titan Alpha. Yeah, but like Blizzard always moves up their timetables. I totally get where you're coming from. But the only time that they could like remove stuff is at the start of an expansion. And this expansion's looking like really good so far. They're like they're like content release and everything that they're going for seems like really well done. Which is always super hype. But I think that they're just getting like a lot of pressure basically to perform. And they're like, yeah, this is gonna be our expansion where we make big differences, and I get it, you know? I totally get it. Because, like, the way I see it as well, it's like, oh, that was Alatath. There's a lot of crazy shit down there. The way I see it, this is the first expansion in a long time where it actually feels like the world is, like, changing in a big way. And a lot of other like, Dragonflight and War Within didn't really feel like the game was changing much. And I think that's what I've really missed about WoW expansions. And so the UI stuff is obviously only like a small factor. It's only like a small part of the game feeling different and whatnot. But I guess it does give you a buff. Neat. But yeah, I'm like really excited for them to like release this expansion because it does feel so different. Hey, track your cooldowns. They have a cooldown manager built into the game. It definitely lags behind Class week aura packages. 100%. 100%. Holy shit, I can't see anything. Damn. Where's it porting me to? Oh, it's not porting me anywhere. Well, now there it is. You're talking about before they added Chi Burst, and now it's hardly anything, then it shouldn't matter if it's removed? Yeah. Exactly. Most of the changes will be fine, but raid frames really worry you. There's so much customization healers do, and it'll be almost impossible for Blizzard to come close. Agreed. 100%. That's kind of like my position as well. Because like they can make a bunch of good gameplay decisions and changes, but if your UI is awful, then like it would all be for naught, you know? I hope so, Faye. I hope so, man. And that's what our like last video was really talking about as well, was like what kind of changes do they need to make to their UI? Are these just technically glyphs? Maybe that's what they are. You know, like what kind of changes can they make or will they make to their UI right now? You know? Hey, Hamish. You're wholeheartedly behind the process. I could have even gotten behind the class changes and the simplifying of encounters. We still had the fallback of add-on creators in case Blizzard royally F's it up. Well, this week's build did say... Let me go find it real fast. This week's build, let's find the exact words. They have debuff tracking for stacks of a debuff in the cooldown manager. They can adjust the width for the tracked bars in the cooldown manager. They're loosening restrictions and various APIs for tooltips and cooldown controls so add-ons can pass secret values into them. They said stay tuned for many more add-on API changes in Alpha 3 and beyond. So changes are coming. I just don't know how much, right? What a pound sign. Less than 200 IO before we get to 3K and can finish the experiment. Gotta get it done tomorrow. Let's go. That's right. Got a lot on your plate next week. Oh, it definitely is a tight timeline, Faye. It definitely is a tight timeline. But that's why, that's why I made the video. You know, that's why I put out the feedback. Because if ever there was a time, it would be now. Yeah, there was a ripcord in Shadowlands that didn't get created till the end. Yeah, and that's the thing is I feel a lot more confident about this expansion going well because they're already committing themselves to saying, we're going to make changes. We're going to do something, you know? So I don't know if it's going to be fully bulletproof, but I'm feeling a lot more confident about this than I was Shadowlands. Because from the very beginning of the Shadowlands announcement, they were like, yeah, we're doing this. Fuck you guys. It's happening. Good luck. It's happening. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So, you know. At least this time we're actually getting those changes. And this is like one thing I wish I could find. Let me see. Let me see. I wish I could find a clip, but I swear I had a clip where I was like, I wish they would do content phases for alpha and beta where they would let you like level up piecemeal or, you know, let you be at different item levels in beta to test out what your gear's like on normal, on heroic, on mythic levels and stuff like that, you know? I swear there's a clip somewhere of it. So... how is what they're doing any different than what they did in WoD? Well, what they did in WoD was a lot of pruning from like the big cooldowns and like button bloat that was it the old talent trees? They kind of just pruned down a lot of abilities going into WoD. And that was probably the biggest change that was like most similar. And they started, what they did in WoD though is they started moving into like, that was like the beginning before they swapped into like borrowed power, basically. They kind of reset everybody, you know? I don't know if they made the GCD longer, but they definitely made a lot more cooldowns on the GCD and definitely removed a lot of abilities. Yeah. So that's why I said like this video is kind of similar because they're, instead of fully removing abilities, they're kind of folding abilities into each other. Yeah. You're a sicko who likes Shadowlands, but I didn't raid? Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, if anybody wanted to like play competitively in Shadowlands, it just added like insane amounts of extra work. That was the issue. That was just ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. But like this stuff, this like content planning and everything like that was fantastic. Well, that's the thing. Like Shadowlands was insanely different. One of our goals is to tone down the raw output relative to the size of player health. As healers and their allies acquire better gear, the percentage of a player's health that any given heal restores increases significantly. Healers are able to refill health bars fast. We have to make damage more and more bursty to challenge them. Yeah. And I mean, that's what they did basically in WoD. The problem is they have a really difficult time of figuring out like the equation. Like they basically will like do the math on like how quickly they want health bars to go up at the beginning of an expansion. And then after the beginning of the expansion, they're like, what's going to be cool? And then they just kind of add more and more, and they don't really factor healing into the equation. And then we get into these ultra bursty scenarios. The expansion that did it really well, at least for rating, was BFA, where you progressively were getting essences, corruption, all these other bonuses over time. And it still felt like it was really fun from a healing perspective because they also increase your stamina quite a lot. So basically, you have two different factors that go in together, right? How would I even describe this? It's like if Maroon was like HP, and then, I don't know, Green was like intellect. And we're just going to use intellect as a general, like, power gain, you know? Just, you can think about it as, like, corruption, essences, whatever, right? And so what happened was you would have, you know, your HP basically be something like this. Let me do one more sec. So you'd go patch 1, patch 2, patch 3, patch 4 for BFA. BFA. Okay.
Changes for healing at preparation for console port. You can play tank/DD with console port add-on, NP, but heal is wanky.
Yo, thank you for the 4 months, Clunk. I mean, I did play console port 2 years ago as a healer, and it definitely sucked. It definitely sucked. So yeah, you'd have like your HP increase a little bit like this over the course of a season, and then it would kind of jump, and then it would increase, and then it would jump, and then it would increase, and then it would jump, and then it would increase, right? That's kind of how like a lot of HP went in WoD. And the nice thing about it was you also had like a pretty solid ratio. And so it got a little higher, it got a little higher, it got a little higher as each season kind of went around. And so the gaps basically got like tiny gap, slightly larger gap, right? And that was what helped, I think, make sure that healing in raids was still interesting, was because the health continued to jump up as you were getting like more and more artifact power and artifact knowledge or whatever it was, part of Azeroth knowledge type stuff. And that kept things like from going out of control. But in not BFA, where's my eraser? But in, actually, I'm gonna remove this too. But in Dragonflight, we had some different things going on. We had, you know, some stamina increase, a huge jump in stamina increase. Hang on, that's not quite accurate. Huge jump in stamina increase. And then a little jump in stamina increase. And that's kind of how it went in Dragonflight. But you had like this as a gap. And then you got a bit more power. And then they made it a little bit chill. And then you kind of went out of control at the end. Right? And so this huge gap between player HP at the beginning of Dragonflight, I'll even mark it Dragonflight, was why you got one shot by everything, by fucking everything at the beginning of Dragonflight. The thing is, if you like bursty stuff, M plus is always going to have that, but it's a spectrum basically. So you're inevitably going to get to a level where damage will get more and more and more bursty, but when you reach that level will matter a lot. But basically, when Dragonflight did that huge stamina increase, it lowered the difference between player HP and player power a nice chunk, so damage was less bursty. And then it still got really bursty at the end of the expansion because you just got a bunch of power gains and upgrades and everything. The tier sets were super powerful, and that kind of led towards it. Yeah. So. And yeah, they got rid of smart healing going into WoD. Well, the thing is, it's an ongoing issue. They always have to address burst damage. And that's why I think people just get too doomer about this. Is that, how would you describe this? Okay, imagine, chat, what's like a city that has like tons of waterways cutting through it? I don't know. Milan, Venice? Venice. Let's go with Venice. Okay, imagine it's Venice, all right? And Luigi Parmesan, the mayor of Venice, wants to build a bunch of bridges. And we're like, there's fuck tons of water, like let's build bridges. And everyone's like, yeah, Luigi Parmesan, let's go. And they go build a bunch of bridges. But if you're not actively trying to repair the bridges and fight against the like rising tide and shit like that, and you know, ice caps melting and stuff, then like the bridges are gonna sink into the waves and you're not gonna repair it. This is basically just like constant repair that needs to happen. Because on the one hand, you have class designers who are like, go cook up cool shit for the game. And then they're going to go do that, right? But then you also have to make sure you're properly weighing the power you give to players versus the health bars, because that also determines, like, you know, how you play the game. You know? But it worked, like Colony, okay? It worked. So, yeah. It's just like consistent maintenance. Leaking a boat, and instead of patch the leak, we're just bailing out the water. Yeah. Make the game fun. There you go. Simple as. Simple as. No, I won't save that project this time. I think the Luigi Parmesan got more people to listen, in fact. Needs to be better balanced during the expansion when it comes to damage being taken and healing needed. Yeah, I agree. I agree, and that's why I said BFA did it well. That's why I said BFA did it well. One shots in PvP. Oh, there you go. Ooh, this is a cool looking delve. Pretty cool zone. Yeah, yeah, you better hit that Kappa, Narada. You know what I'm talking about. My example worked. My example worked. They changed stuff to make it more accessible for console. I don't think that's actually their primary concern. I don't think that, like... I don't even know who leads Microsoft. I don't think that Bob Soft, or Bob Micro, went to Blizzard and was like, you better add World of Warcraft to console or else. I think that they just realized that there's way too many modifiers to actually play the game properly, and that it's confusing as fuck for people to play. Yeah, I don't think that Michael Soft went to, you know, John Blizzard and was like, oh, make it for console for money. Daddy needs money, you know. I don't think that stuff's a thing. As like a guide writer who has had to explain how premonition worked to people, and people would say, I'm not going to play Oracle because I don't understand premonition, even after watching your videos and reading the guides and whatever. I'm just not going to play it. Like, I totally get where they're coming from. Satya Nutella. Okay, there you go. 100% believe Microsoft would say, Daddy needs money. Yeah, you never know. Yeah, literally, like you go make a remix character, you gotta set up your UI, set up your cooldowns, all that stuff, you know? Well, that's why they added
Where
borrowed
is my
power.
hello easy?
One sec. Yeah, I did say hi, Tic Tac. Okay, hi, Tic Tacs. Smile. Thanks for the 250. But yeah, we checked that out earlier. Ultimate, if you wanna do a little rewind. There you go. Daddy needs money. That could be my my donation sound. But like, that's the thing. The players want new stuff, and then if you keep adding more new stuff, then you get the game bloated. And so that's why they got to do pruning. Then they did borrowed power, and then players were like, I don't like losing my old stuff. I want to keep my old stuff. And then they got rid of borrowed power, and then that leads to the pruning. You know, that's just a fucking circle of life. Fucking circle of life. If you add something new every single expansion that changes how you play and adds another wrinkle to how you play the video game, then eventually it's just going to get to a point where the game's bloated as fuck. I don't know. Two OP, nerf, want to be OP, 2 OP, nerf, repeat. Yeah. Well, exactly, Narada. But like, that was also why like borrowed power was good, actually, because every expansion you lost some old stuff, you gained some new stuff, you know? Yeah. You're gonna feel like you have more autonomy, where the mental load is manageable enough to handle everything in M+ and raids without needing add-ons to play the game for me, where there's so much attention that add-ons have to fill in all the gaps where your attention's failing. Who said that? Was that John Blizzard? They need modifier, get player buttons, but customization, so the few buttons changes but remain the same. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta clean house at some point. I mean, so basically what they did, they did a pretty moderate level of pruning, with some exceptions like shaman and everything like that. I think fire mage as well. But for like most of the other healers, they basically like took abilities and folded them in like a nice flatbread, you know? Yum, yum, yum. I tell you guys, I had a chicken parmesan pizza the other day, and that shit slapped. Who would have thought that bread, red sauce, cheese, and then breaded chicken could taste so good? Yeah. Uppies and Berries kind of dumb. Was it made by Luigi Parmesan? I think 3 of you guys said it at the same time. I don't know. But it was damn good. It was damn good. I'll tell you that much. I don't know. I didn't like, let me go talk to the chef. What am I missing on the Evoker bar? Anything that I'm missing on the bar is in my click casting section. So not really that much. Oh, whoopsie. I know I'll stay right there with you. So I mean, like, I got plenty of stuff. Let me take off some buttons that don't need to be there. Over and over every song. Okay, that's a fair representation of where Evoker is at. That's still like plenty of buttons. Oh, one more. That's still so many buttons. It just does a damage rotation, Clonk. It just does a damage rotation. I don't really like eggplant parmesan. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I don't. It's not that I don't like it. It's that I just would rather have the chicken. I don't know. Yeah, like Prez got, I think, great changes, Charles. Now we got to make sure it all flows together, and that's going to be a thing, right? You enjoyed the complexity of rotations, even if I needed a weak aura. I don't mind having to use a crutch to perform, and I feel like it's satisfying gameplay. It's like, I don't have alpha, so can't say if your feelings will be the same. I think there is still plenty of complexity. Yeah. I think there is still plenty of complexity for strong players to flex on the noobs, you know? No one's taking my job as Wowhead guide writer or anything like that, you know? Oh, yeah, Cornbread. Sorry, I don't have music on YouTube. Otherwise, I get DMCA'd. So you'll just hear me hitting the acapella here and there. Yeah, if you want music, it's on Twitch. If you don't want music, it's on YouTube. Cost and benefits to both, of course. Yeah, dude, I think there's plenty of skill expression with Prez. 100%. And there's still plenty of things to track too, because every time you hit a Dream Breath, you empower your Mirthra's Blessing, and that's basically a Spirit Bloom you get to cast. Doesn't matter if it's a one stacker or, you know, a full stacker or anything like that. You still have a lot of setup with your echoes. They got rid of Call Ysera as a proc. It's just like a flat, which I think is fantastic. It's just, I think I like how that changes, you know? Could be awful if the healer frames are bad, Gak. But I think that they're doing good stuff with nameplates and cooldowns. Yeah. There we go, Tick. My man. This guy donating, watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube. Already subbed. Come on, guys, catch up. They turned Fire Mage into NASCAR. Oh, looks like they're making a left turn. Oh, look out, another left turn. That's funny. I mean, there's exceptions to the rules. You know, like Shaman is the exception. It got like way over pruned as well. 100%. I think most of the other healers, though, good shape. Yeah, we'll always be on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So if you have a preference, go for it. Doesn't matter to me. I'd rather you guys just have a good viewing experience. Chat shows up as well for both of them. Chat will be on screen 9 times out of 10. Yeah. Stream both at the same time? There we go, Scooter. My man. Is that Tic Tac's alt account? I would love it if M Plus modified abilities. Yeah. Yeah. We're about to, Charles. We're about to. Giving different CDs on abilities or introduce certain abilities of mob bosses and higher keys. That could be interesting. I wouldn't mind having an M Plus ability or something like that. But I would, like, the number one thing that I've advocated for like 3 years, and I'll be really annoying and do a huge victory lap if it goes through, because I've said it in so many videos, is that I think healers should have like an X% bonus healing modifier in dungeons. So that way you're really strong at healing your allies in dungeons, and then you slow things down in raids so that when you 4 or 5 heal a fight, it takes some time to top people off. That's right, Corn. That's right. Exactly, Clonk. The disc approach. Exactly. Yeah, let's do our druid. Sit at home with you. Oh, sheesh. There's combos. Thank you, Esmer. The tail between the legs, no one's out of place. Dude, Mistweaver. Oh, what did they do? Oh, right, with Renewing Mist, Tobias. Yeah, good call, man. That too, Rob. Dude, that's gonna be huge for like fights like Dimensius, you know? Was someone I'm still hanging on.
Twitching for years, first time resubbing. Keep up the good work and nice vibes.
Thank you, Gobbler. Cheers to the Prime and the 2 months, dude. Yeah, so true, Jake. Like, not having to swap off disc because you're healing, you know, only 10 players for half the fight or something is so good. So good. Scraw! Get on my druid here. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! No. Why are my keybinds so bad for this? I'm still hanging on. There we go. But now they're doing crazy stuff, you know? Now they're just doing crazy stuff. Healer does the most damage? Oh, I have no clue. Got no clue yet. Tuning is going to change a ton, though. Use my pull and blizz. All my pull is just making YouTube videos. I don't have anybody to like yap up or give feedback to directly or anything. Every time I have feedback, I just make it into a video. More people watch the videos, more likely Blizzard sees it. You go from there. I think the No Crusader Strike actually feels pretty good, dude. Allegedly. No, I'll be honest. I used to. I mean, I hosted MDI for like 4 years or something like that. I was like tight with people for a while. Yeah. People moved on from the JOB. Stopped working for Blizzard, all that other stuff. So, you know. Times change. Times change. So Holy Pally could do almost everything from range, but I think they're still marked as a melee healer, though. Yeah, Judgment's like a 30-yard cooldown or something like that. But that's like the only thing you gotta be close for. Well, that and your mastery, but you know, your beacons can take care of that too. They can take care of that as well. I don't want your Wall Street. Don't got no degree. What's that other regrowth talent? What am I doing? Where's that other one? Got my rampant growth. Where's my... Oh, intensity. I already got that. I think most of the healer Apex talent's pretty good. What I don't like is things like the Holy Priest one, where it procs your... Fuck, what's it called, chat? Ripple, thank you. God. Cosmic Ripple. Yeah, it just procs like an AoE heal. It's like fluff healing, basically. I don't like that stuff. I don't like the Resto Shaman one doubling down and like making healing stream your autopilot stuff. Yeah, I think Holy Pally, like, I don't think any healer is going to be like not noob friendly. Yeah. This is beach fossils. Yeah, you're close. There's a lot of beach fossils and then lost dinosaurs on this playlist. Yeah, our bot's not working right now, but usually you're able to hit exclamation point song and see what's going on. When I'm on the train. Let's see. I gotta export this. Let me export this real fast. You hate my insane. So call me up tonight. Yeah, H Pally still has a kick. So come with me and we'll go down the line. There you go. What am I doing? Yapping. A lot of yapping here. We're yapping about healer changes. We're yapping about music. Just kind of shooting the shit. We can talk about football as well. I don't know. You guys could ask me anything. Chat, ask me the biggest question that's on your mind that's not even related to World of Warcraft. You need advice in your homework? You need advice in your life? You want bad advice from a streamer? Go for it. Next goal for your OSRS account. I hope that you have... Are you in the mining guild? Because that was like the best thing ever. How'd it look like with a beard? Not good, Wiggly. Not good. But I think I could rock the mustache. I think I could really do pretty well with the mustache. Okay, give me a sec.
From the first spoonful.
Oh, nope. Are we gonna be okay as healers? As long as the UI works. Okay, here you go. Do I even do a full screen? There you go. It was not good. But also that was when I was like overweight. So the problem is I have like too much neck beard and not enough like cheek beard. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do the mustache though. Because the mustache did grow in full. But I think, you see how it kind of like goes down and there's kind of like a tip to it? I think I would shave that bit, right? Confirm, deny? I know, I'm seriously thinking about doing Movember. I need actually Halloween costume ideas. I think I need Halloween costume ideas. Yeah, I gained a ton of weight during COVID. Yeah. Got on a fitness trend and go to the gym like 5 days a week. Yeah. Confirmed that you want to test what it looks like on your face first. Heard. Dressed as Luigi Parmesan. Yeah, no. Yeah. So that answers your question, Wiggly. What other? How do I get Burp Suite to retrieve a fresh CSRF token from a response when I send a new request? Shit. Hell if I know. Best football team in Norway? The Denver Broncos. Should you quit your job, just no life WoW and stream? No, bad idea. Do not recommend. Universals exist as real and distinct entities or only as mental constructs? What do you mean by universals? I know, right, Cornbed? Like, different universes, you mean? Lions gonna win the Super Bowl? God, I hope so. I hope so. They're playing insanely well, dude. They're playing insanely well. And I think Dan Campbell needs one ring at least. At least. $2xk on stream? No idea what that is. So, oh, how do you advertise a demo for your game? I don't know, like Reddit or something? Like Reddit or something? I think if you like build a TikTok or Instagram for it and then like make some shorts that would highlight it, that would probably be a good way to do it too. Yeah. I would like I would look for like indie games, look at the content that they're releasing, and then look at like the WoW TikTok and like other like AAA games and see what kind of stuff that they're doing and try to like copy them in terms of the content creation to like build buzz, you know? But yeah, you gotta like think about who your target audience is gonna be and then work on like making your content appealing to that kind of stuff. Because like you could have a good game, just like with a streamer. You could be a good streamer, right? But like if you can't get the word out about your stream, then it's gonna fail. Why do I recommend Touch of Malice? Because I did what all the other healers did, and we used the healer template that WoW had made for us, which recommended it. Because they did testing, and they're like, here's what we think the healer stuff's gonna be. And then we basically have like a little bracketed template that we put in there that automatically sets it in there. Yeah. My oldest YouTube video is hilarious, given what's going on and the CDs being used. Literally what Blizzard does not want. Yep. Going for the stuff that does the most damage, and that's not touch. Oh, yeah. I think that we were like, our stuff is like all about like healing and defensives and stuff like that. But that's usually not remix anyway, you know? Especially when you're questing and just trying to kill shit. But yeah, God's honest answer is like, none of us are testing remix in advance before the content comes out. Wowhead has a couple people that do it, and they're like, we think this looks good for healing. And then they like change it and update it. So when they change and update that template, it automatically updates our guides in the process. A Joe Flacco outfit for my Halloween party? I mean, I'm not much of a Browns, Bengals, Ravens fan. Kind of a Commanders fan. Old school healers to go on a vacation. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to do a Jack Skellington costume, but then I need somebody to like paint my face so I can be like a skull face, you know? Definitely don't quit your job and no life WoW and stream. It's so difficult to grow your stream if that's all you're doing. Yeah. Moving to attrition healing, do you think DPS healers and non-DPS healers will need reworks, like DPS uptime? They've always been kind of bad about balancing the, they've always actually been doing kind of like a bad job of like balancing out healer damage in raids, or even in M+. Yeah. Viper's Tomb, but with beard. I definitely did not have a beard back in Tomb. Not in Tomb. Here's all my little treants, all my little buds. Look at all the boys! Look at the boys! All the lads. Me and the boys hanging out. But DR healers having only one healing cooldown compared to the output healers. Disc's got Evangelism and Barrier. Divine Toll is proccing off Aura Mastery. It's like kind of a cooldown. I feel like it's more of like a Rising Sunlight thing where you get extra Holy Shocks adding it into the equation. But then you have Holy Shock and then you have Divine Toll on top of that. Ball stream when? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. If anything, I'm gonna make my hair grow longer. Was there another one that comes to mind, Thune? Liquid that had their Shaman DPS N'Zoth? It was actually not N'Zoth. During N'Zoth, they actually had the opposite. All the other healers were like doing damage, and then Mavie was the one popping off. No, I didn't. If you got a link? It was Eternal Palace. That's where Resto Shaman was at. It's like hype or height of healer damage. What's this? Has it been long enough?
You out of your fucking mind? February? You out of your fucking mind? If Midnight releases in February, I will shave my head.
Oh, save that one, Utef. Good, 600 views. Oh, Burn saved it, my man. Dude, I'll go to Ellesmere's place and I'll shave his head if he wants. I'm on board. I think there's a very good chance that it releases in February. I think it's a very good chance. Be a nice Halloween costume to Zoth. You want to dress up like a big old octopus with lots of tentacles? Wonder if I could find a nice lady who could find some kind of other costume that could go with that. Look at the lads. Someone who heals heroic on base UI. I think a lot of the worry over healing without add-ons is overblown. I don't think you need that much functionality to actually make base UI work. Well, there's a difference between like making it work. Yeah, it's like if Formula One wanted, God, I don't know enough about Formula One. Fuck. What's a example that I understand and you guys will also understand? Yes, something can function, but how enjoyable is it going to be for the people who were previously driving a car like Ellesmere's, like a souped up Audi, the way that he has his, and then they kind of get downgraded into like, I don't know, a Chevy Impala, you know? Like, yeah, you know, the Impala works. My mom loved hers when she had it when I was growing up, but is it as functionally going to be good as the Audi? Not so much. And then that's going to make people a little sad. It's going to make people sad when they just feel like their interface and the knowledge that they get is just noticeably worse, you know? Yeah. Ah, that's right. We've been eating steak and taters for decades, and they want us to eat Brussels sprouts. And eat the Brussels sprouts that are not wrapped in bacon. Alonzo's foul. That would be pretty sick, Skag. Yeah. Yeah, you can drive a shitbox. I mean, that was my first car, man. My first ever car was a station wagon with no airbags. and that had a huge twist of rust all up the side. And I was rolling up to high school with the shaggin' wagon, you know? But was not pulling with the shaggin' wagon. Just say Oscar Pastrami for F1 wins everything. I thought it was the guy whose name is literally like drive fast. Oh, Verstappen, right? Yeah. Many people are asking me that question, Mac. Many people. There was no shagging happening in the wagon. Verstappen loses now? Why does he lose? What's up with the F-Flow moving? It's a talent called Life Treading. It increases your F-Flow healing by 30%, and it automatically grows beneath your Life Bloom target's feet. Yeah, McLaren's a better team. Do they just, like, make a better car, or... I watched the F1 movie, but that's, like, as far as my F1 knowledge goes. And that movie was hype. That movie was hype as fuck. Love me some Brad Pitt. Yeah. So Oscar Pastrami just, like, made a better car. Where do babies come from? The stork. Ever see that Family Guy episode? And she's like, where's the baby? And he's like, honey, you and me are gonna make the baby. You know? That's where they come from. Yeah. Druid Apex talents, Life Bloom, Swamp, and Soul of the Forest to burst heal, single target. Yeah, it feels that way. So Life Bloom stacks every 5 seconds, second 3 times. So it like, I think it's like stacking the hot component is what it is, and then 30% of the Life Bloom healing splashes to other people. And then your Life Bloom bursts into a frenzy when you consume Soul of the Forest, causing it to bloom 8 times in rapid succession. Yeah. Oh, true. I should have added the color changing for the light bulb at the time. Yeah. The main thing without having computational effects is better highlighting of who has debuffs, targeted spells, and shield quantity. Once they do, I think most people will be happy. Technically, actually, those are computation. Well, conditional effects, I guess is what you would call it. Yeah. So it falls under that purview, but I agree with you, Shrimp. They should add those back. Where if we add too much, what people are like, oh, we need this to heal, then we're just doing the same problem we're trying to solve by removing computation effects. Sort of. But you basically set better limits, Fox. Because right now, the sky is the limit with add-ons and weak auras and stuff like that. And I think it's fine to set some restrictions and some barriers. And I think that there's a very wide player base. And adding things like changing the color of your frame to pop up red for people is really super helpful for healing. In fact, it's present in many other games to highlight when somebody's at low HP. You'll see that in Marvel Rivals, where a critical icon appears on somebody when they're at low HP. Those things, I think, are extremely valuable for players and just kind of important in general, you know? To be added, exactly like Shrimp said, to the base UI. Yeah. Yep. Studies that show that people miss more traffic signs than they think they are when driving. There's a parallel to UI. People have so many things in their UI, they don't actually process all the information. It'd be cool if they could test how much the info given they actually take in. Yeah, I mean, that would vary with like the skill level of players, you know? It's only one Life Bloom. Only one Life Bloom. Yeah, photosynthesis is now just increasing your periodic heals in the target with Life Bloom and having a greater chance to bloom. So, I have not tried that yet, Gobla. All the add-on people that I was, like, following didn't seem like it was actually making, like, good changes, you know? So, you know, it is what it is. That is what it is. They apparently come from Twitch streams in 2025. Item to sell is the worst thing ever. Our Druid main, how do you get a refund and midnight pre-order? I'm pretty sure you can do that already, but I don't think I'm at the point where I'm going to like panic yet. Because they already said they're going to make changes to the raid frames. They already said they're going to. They already said it's in the books. We just have to see if it's actually going to be good or not. Because if it's not going to be good, then I'm going to join you guys on the panic train. But if they actually do make it good, I'm fine. I'm going to be fine. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Hang on. This is a cool bit I want to show you guys real fast. Cooldown manager. Wish I knew, Parsed. Wish I knew, man. Alright, so this is like the super bloom I'm going to show you in a sec. Look at the super bloom! Why is it not following me? I feel like it should have caused like a super bloom after I consumed Soul of the Forest, right? Maybe there's like an ICD or something to it. Yeah, I guess there is like an ICD to how many times the F-flow redirects. Disc is okay, Hussein, so far. Basically, they said, like, their written description for what they want to change this to be is, like, good changes. But they haven't implemented all the changes they need to yet. So, I think it'll be good. It's still really early, though. No, I don't, like, give anybody else access to alpha or anything like that. They basically just, like, apply it to your account and your account alone. Yeah. Yeah, the chat use your account. Yeah. Yeah, sure. No way the single digit number of devs working on the UI will be able to make it in time. Don't know until we see. Listen, I'm down to jump on board the Doomer train when they announce the expansion or it's like a month out or something like that. I'm down to Doom. You know, I'm down to Doom. But not yet. This is too early to Doom. I'm queued up for dungeons right now, but the queue times are a little rough. It's a little rough. So. Like, I think this is the best time to, like, you know, make yourself heard. And that's why I did, like, the healer add-on video. You know, the title is Blizzard is nuking healing add-ons. And, like, I'm down to make an updated video of, like, healer add-ons are saved if, you know, they do it, right? But this is the time to, like, raise the alarm and talk about it. But this is not the time to be like, ah, it's fucking cooked. The expansion's gonna be dog shit. Like, we don't even know. It might be, may not be. Like, the console play stuff, I'm just so over, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Console port as an add-on that has encouraged controller support has existed in the game for a while, and I'm like 99% certain that there's already controller support in the baseline game as well. Isn't it like under keybinds or something? I swear there's like controller support already here. You don't want WoW on console? Like, why? I don't know. Like, console players or like controller players already exist right now. I swear there's a section for it. You still need add-ons. Oh, you just gamepad enable it? Is that right? It's a bit iffy rather than simply punching it into Xbox. Not in Midnight so far, Klaus. Not in Midnight so far. Yeah. Console players not the audience? I don't think so either. I don't think so either. Some of the appeal would be like, let's just say like they add the game to console. I feel like what would happen is like some people would just like do their world quests on their couch kind of thing. Like people who already played WoW would just go play it on their couch at home or something along those lines. And that would kind of be it. And that would just be kind of it. I think the biggest thing is that they're making these changes to the game because WoW is complicated as fuck. And there's plenty of people who are like, oh my god, it's not that complicated, I know what to do. But like for new players, there is so many times where people like just straight up give up on trying to learn how to play something because it's too complicated. Like 100%. At the moment, pool it is, but Cell might survive. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Because basically they said that they're making more changes to add-ons and like what's allowed. They set up like a really extreme position, and then they're kind of sort of walking it back here and there. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Like they made a post from basically just today. Let me fix my head real quick. There we go. And they say, hey, stay tuned for many more add-on API changes in Alpha 3 and beyond. So we're getting there. We're getting there. There are no new players since ages? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Basically, they're taking... let's say, Scarlet, you want to see Rejuve in a very specific section in Cell. You want to put Rejuve only in the top right corner and nothing else in the top right corner. What you have to do is you take the add-on and you go find the information about rejuvenation, and then the add-on has the information, and then you can manipulate it inside the add-on. The secret value stuff is basically they took all this combat information, like Rejuve, put it into a secret box that you can't access. And so now they're saying, hey, you can have tooltips and cooldowns where add-ons can access the secret values. Yeah. Watching the part of this stream where you covered Holy Pally, you misunderstood the changes in saying there'd be a lot more Holy Shot casts. The only way to reduce Holy Shot cooldown is Shield of the Righteous. That is not true, Set. Sorry. That is not true. Crusaders might now causes Holy Shock to reduce the cooldown of Judgment. Plus, your Divine Toll is activating your Aura Mastery is activating your Divine Toll, which if you talent into it, will give you Rising Sunlight, which will give you more Holy Shock casts. So that's another source of additional Holy Shock casts that you can have access to. So Shield of the Righteous also reduces the cooldown here. And there's other talent options where if you wanted to, if they were good, you could have additional cooldown reduction, but reduced duration for your Avenging Wrath. So if you had a 1.5 minute cooldown on your Avenging Wrath, that could potentially mean that you get additional casts of Rising Sunlight for the additional Holy Shocks. Come on, son, I'm doing my homework. I'm doing my homework. Plus, I fucking love debate. Did I ever tell you guys that, you guys ever read, oh god, it's like this, Beowulf. You guys ever read Beowulf in school? I remember I read Beowulf in class, and then we had to set up like this structured debate about Beowulf. I forget what the topic was, but everybody in the class thought it was like one thing about the debate, and I took the opposite position. And we had to like debate against each other, and I won, and then the entire class was mad at me because I won. So just keep in mind, I'm willing to piss off a whole bunch of people to be right about a debate. Get tons of CDR through Crusader Strike, but not for Holy Shock. Contrarian spotted. Yeah, I got you, Delia. Ain't first or last. That's right, baby. That's right, baby. I'm a fiend for the debates. Holy Pally will be shocking their shockings while shocking their shockings. How do you do it? Is this right, chat? Wait, what is it? No, it's this, right? Yeah. They're shocking, all right. My streamer's a debate pervert. Debate you about the console stuff? I mean, it doesn't really matter to me because the console port still exists. So, like, you know, people already play on the sticks, right? What's changed about shamans? They gutted it. They like hardcore gutted shaman. There is no healing surge. There's no unleash. There's no cloudburst. There's not really anything you need to track. You basically just hit buttons. You basically just hit buttons and do your thing. I'm a big fan of Second Breakfast. There's a couple of like really good 24-hour breakfast places. There's a place called First Watch, and there's a place called Kirby Lane, and they're both really, really good. I think if I had like way too much money, and I wanted to make a business that would like, you know, I wouldn't care if it did well or not, I would make a breakfast place and I would control the menu. There's way too many like breakfast menus that like kind of scrimp on the meat, you know? I find so many times you go to like a breakfast place and like, I don't want to choose between bacon or sausage. I would like bacon and sausage, you know? Stuff like that. No, it's in Texas, cornbread. Yeah. It's in Texas. Yeah, I think the surge was redundant, but I would have liked to have unleash. Would have liked to have cloudburst. I'm good though, thanks, Sue. That's right, gotta hit the protein goals, baby. 100%. 2 strips of bacon a la carte, $4. Exactly, Dew Point. You know what I'm talking about. It's so annoying, man. They like, no, man, I don't want to pay $4 for 2 strips of bacon. Like, get fucking real. That's the nice thing I would say to them. Highway fucking robbery. And I'd actually have physical fucking menus. I mean, I see this. I guess it's mostly the bars, but like the lack of physical menus, man. Fuck off, please. I'm so tired of it. I don't want to scan the QR code. I just want to look at a menu. 4 Aces Diner, they have what you're talking about. I'm down. They're getting back in Texas Tick, but for a while it was just like scan the QR codes. I'm like, man, you guys should wipe down the menus anyway, you know? Yeah. Old man. Everyone has an old man take, okay? Don't tell me you guys don't have old man takes. All right. If you say you don't, you're just lying. You're honestly just lying. My old person habit. What is my old person habit? I read before bed. You know? Well, I said that they clean the menus anyway. I am an old man and I agree with you. Let's fucking go. I mean, they were supposed to wipe down the menus as is. I worked at a restaurant for 7 years. Like, you're supposed to wipe down the menus anyway. You know, we had a big pile of dirty menus, and you literally would just be fucking bleaching them and everything, you know? Yeah. I don't know. I read books before bed. I eat cereal and milk every morning. My dad would read the paper. I just scroll fucking Twitter, you know? Coding boot camp a while back, did QR code menu thing with lobby style ordering. Had no idea how ubiquitous they'd end up being. Yeah, I mean, I guess it was a good skill, right? Yours is way better than most you've seen in use. Oh, 100%. Because you're in my chat, and everyone in my chat's high IQ. Yeet. Druid broken as always. I don't know if I would say, like, it's not, like, broken isn't bad. I think it's, like, just good. You know, I think it's just, like, strong. If you wanted to play Keeper of the Grove, you know, the more treants you have, then the more healing you do. So you Wild Growth, you Swift Mend, that spawns 2 dudes, and then you can cast lots of Wild Growth and Swift Mend during your Convoke. And it's like, woo, the fucking gang's all here, you know? It kind of owns. Then you do lots of healing. Oh, dude, I really like that Catalina Crunch cereal. That shit owns. It's like low sugar, got some protein in it, you know? Pretty good. Yeah. Oh, I know, Dow. Yep, that's a big change. Oh, that's a big change. The cereal's dry as fuck. Yeah, and I eat the cereal dry, and then I have a cup of milk beside me. Yeah. But that's not like an old man thing. That's just like a, you know, you should go to the camps kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Brain damage? I mean, yeah, but you're watching me on Twitch, so who's really got problems? Grape nuts? I don't think I've ever had those before. That wow CTE. Yeah, that sounds about right. Dry cereal? Listen, man, I'm just a trendsetter, all right? Yeah, literally, just eat cereal as a snack or something like that, you know? Yeah. 100%. Yeah, you can look at the raid journal. We can do that. We can do that. There's some cool stuff. Yeah, you fight a big old hawk. Old bird. You fight a little bird. You fight big bird. I mean, it's kind of funny. They really should have made it so that his face... I mean, I get why they didn't make his face. They should not have made his haunches and his legs yellow, because he literally just looks like Big Bird. Literally just looks like fucking Big Bird. Yeah. Biggest spoiler? Yeah. Boy Naru. Yeah. My opinion on dates? I mean, they're kind of essential for life, you know? Baby's got to come from somewhere. He is Big Bird, yeah. Like, they could have, like, angled it or something, but, like, it's way too much haunch getting yellowed out. Yeah. This guy is fucking scary. This is like an eldritch nightmare. Yeah. This is like, so I grew up not in the Appalachians, but pretty close to the Appalachians. And like, these are the monsters in the night, you know? Like if you ever go hike along the Appalachian Trail, I did that a lot. You hear like a little whistling in the wind or something like that. Like it's this like these are the fucking chimera, like the monsters in the woods. Okay, some crazy shit. The cryptids, yeah, it's the fucking cryptids. I mean, listen, the cryptids are definitely in the Appalachians, so like, yeah, be careful out there. There's 3 raids in the first tier. There's a 2-bosser, a 1-bosser, and an 8-bosser. Yeah. We got some void looking dude. Oh, this guy looks sick. I know they literally just put a bag on his head, but like, it still looks good. Yeah, they're the skinwalkers as well. You gotta tell them to go away, man. You do not let them in. You gotta tell them to go away. I think they'll still be good. Yeah, I think this will be good. This guy fucks. I love this. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 bosses. 9 bosses split between 3 raids. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I want to talk about a show with skinwalkers, but then I would just spoil the entire show. What can you do? I think the raid boss is being split up owns. I'm a big fan of it. Yeah. Oh yeah, we get Fallen King Salad Bar. We get to fight him again. Boss so good, we just repeat it all over again. Yeah. I think, yeah, you get like better boss raids. We have a dragon. We haven't. When was the last time we? Well, I was about to say, when was the last time we fought a dragon, guys? I feel like it's been forever, and it was literally Dragonflight. I'm glad I caught myself though. Can you imagine if I just said that and then just like let it dangle? Oof, would have been a bad day for me. But yeah, fucking dragon bosses. That's cool. How embarrassing. The people of the light go berserk. Salad bar, okay, salad bar is like a technical dragon. I mean like a full-fledged dragon. He kind of munched his dragon, you know? I don't really count that. That's not even a full dragon boss fight, guys. The dragon was like a side, okay? It was like a little side of peas next to the steak that was Nexus King, okay? Come on. Oh, dude, this is like me IRL. This is like me IRL. You get the big shoulders and stuff going on too. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Matt knows. Matt's met me IRL. Like a sad Dimmy. It's like Dimmy's like ancient grandpa, you know? You know when like a bad guy has like a grandfather that they like go to for advice? You know? It's like this guy. You guys remember in The Wire where the drug dealers would go to that rim store? And then it was like run by like the elder drug dealer and he would like give him advice and stuff. It's like that. What other shows had like a bad guy who got advice from like his grandfather? I feel like it's such a common trope. Oh, I haven't even tried Booty. This has been a yapper stream today. Grandpa's always an asshole. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of Sopranos. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very worried about the add-ons changes. That's what I'm worried about. Avatar, that's a great one. Good guy grandpa. The grandpa was actually a good guy. He was trying to de-radicalize his grandson. Yeah, worm tongue, you know, yeah, it's a little stretch, but I know it, you know, it's on the same vein. It's like a cousin to what we're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. What's the lore? All right. Illyria Windrunner begins the fight, held back by undying sentinels from the void. She periodically strikes out at a friend and foe alike, with void effects and silver strike arrows. I mean, it's like boss mechanics. It doesn't, like, show the lore. Yeah. Doesn't show her wearing a crown. Orium, Demiar, Varela. Oh, this guy's sick. This guy's sick. Crown of the Cosmos sounds like an item. Maybe it's a place. Show map. Boss platform. Yeah, so it's at like the top of the spire. So maybe it's like the location rather than... Oh, maybe that's why they're doing it, right? So like we all in chat know it's Illyria as the boss. Spoiler. But maybe they're trying to describe it in that way so that when like the casuals look it up or they just hear it being announced, like what's the last boss? Oh, it's called Crown of the Cosmos, you know? I don't know. Maybe that's how they would do it. Because I'm sure that there's people out there that never open the dungeon journal at all. And then they just like hear a list of like the bosses or something like that from like a blue post. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, Normies get to have a little surprise. The what? You're funny. Actually, last boss? I don't know. Do the quests, man. They don't even tell me. Sorry. Temp text here. Womp womp. Maybe we don't kill her. Blizzard is a really big fan of us fighting the bad guys, you know? Fighting evil, but then, you know, we just knock them on the head senseless. So... Yep. Why kill when recycle? True. Yeah, it's like the lore we know about is like Lura gets like, expelled Lura fell to the void, her essence siphoned by Illyria. Freed from the bindings, Lura's dark energies threaten the very Sunwell. So it's like a Sunwell be threatened by Lura. I don't even know. The Dream Rift exists deep within the Rift of Alm, where the dreams of Einhara took form. Long ago, Einhara was taken from her cradle, and her dreams no longer shape the powers that form there. The Shulka stopped the manifestations that escaped the rift, but even these brave Haranir dare not delve too deep, and something greater and more terrible has been growing. Yeah, this guy's fucking crazy. When Einhara was taken from her cradle, only pain and madness was left to shape the chaos of the rift. Unlike most manifestations, Chimeras never left the Dream Rift. It grew, feasting on the abandonment, as well as the smaller manifestations, until the undreamt god shaped itself into a being of agony and rage. Now it must be stopped before it can share its pain with the world that made it. That's pretty sick. This guy's creepy. Oh, you can see the dots. You see the little... He has drool. It splatters on the ground. You see the little flecks of drool right there? I think TW raids were more fun to heal. Yeah, in general. The Zoth-coded stuff? I don't know. He's got a little baby arm. Look at this creepy-ass little baby arm on his shoulder. That's kind of how I think of you guys whenever you read my guides. It's like my little demon arm is like on your shoulder guiding you guys as you raid. What do you guys think about that? Anyway, this guy's a sick tail too. I hope he has a tail swipe. Big old blubber. Nice little shawling. Nice little shawling. Yeah, that is freaky. This part, the fucking antlers and shit. Your disc guide helped me find joy in playing WoW. Let's go, Katie. Glad to hear it. All right, then there's no flavor text for the Void Spire. Art, map, lore. They are like repeat ads. Yeah. They are 100% repeat ads. Yeah. Shah should only appear because of Yasiraj. And never give up an opportunity to reuse a good model. Never turn down the opportunity. What are those when you click on those alternate photos? Alternate photos. These? This stuff you mean? Yeah, it just shows all the ads and what they look like on the fight. That's all. Just shows what the ads look like. So it's basically like, here's any of the monsters that you are going to fight. So it looks like we have balls of void that we have to kill, for example. There's 2 dragons you gotta fight, and they basically look the same. You know, you fight, the Vanguard of the Light. Because they just, I don't know, they went Nuck and Futz or something like that. Because reasons, right? We fight Illyria because reasons unknown. We fight Morium. This guy looks sick. Yeet. Get symbiotic blooms from your current set? Let's see. You get your symbiotic blooms from your wild growth, regrowth, and Efflow. That cause those to pop up and bloom. Do their thing. You get them from like twin sprouts. You get them from like all this other stuff, basically. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem to be like the crown of the world, Daliar. I agree. I don't know if it's like radical light or if they like took in too much light and then they just went like insane because of it. They had like a desperate plea behind enemy lines, and they took in the forbidden extra light juice into their bodies, and then they went berserk. Oh yeah, that's what I said, Coriant. Smile. I mean, listen, I think we're approaching a Radical Light arc for sure. Yeah. I mean, there is a quest line. There's a pretty cool Eversong Woods quest line where the Blood Elves, the Sunwell gets attacked, right? Spoilers. The Void Elves show up and they're like, hey, we'd love to assist. And the Blood Elves are just racist and they're like, no, you guys are bad. And then we go out into the world and we find out that a bunch of Blood Elves are like about to betray all their other brothers, and it's the Void Elves that help us. So it kind of like integrates the Void Elves into the Blood Elves and earns their trust. It's a pretty cool quest line. Quest dialogue, data mined, that explain why the light is doing what it's doing. Okay. I'll let people look that stuff up. There's a lot of like, don't trust the Alliance. And it's kind of funny because the Alliance get a pretty crappy inn for their Hearthstone. And then the Horde only one has like beds and hookah bars and like steak and all this other kind of cool stuff. Yeah, it's kind of neat. New dungeon? Sure. This is Magister's Terrace. We're back at it again. Fighting some dudes. Fighting a squid. This is like the average chatter. Degentrius. Does he have flavor text? Degentrius. Degentrius has taken advantage of the opportunity inadvertently provided by Magister Umbric and launched an assault on the terrace. Okay. Fucking spoilers, man. Jesus. Yeah. There'll probably like be 2 different ports or something tried. They never like remove stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I think Druid's got some good stuff. They're a nice balance between like keeping the old, and then they basically like fold a lot of abilities into each other. So like Grove Guardians now just gets activated by Wild Growth and Swiftbend. So if you're like a keeper and you want to proc your treants to do more healing, you just base it around your Wild Growth and Swiftbend casts. Your Convoke also procs Wild Men and Swift Growth casts. It looks like there's a cap to how many treants you can have. I believe it's 4, because when I Wild Growthed and then I Swiftbended, I got 2 dudes, and then it looks like some of those dudes disappeared. You see how they disappeared? And now I only have 4. So it seems like their solution is just to cap the amount of treants you have. But it does look like it's really easy to overcap them. Yeah. Just seeing if you're paying attention, Rob. Yeah. I like what they're doing with Druid and Pally, to be honest. When it comes to Monk, I feel like there's still an insane amount of things to track. Yeah. I think there are just so many things to track. Where do I sell add-on? Well, there's no add-ons on Alpha. Not like publicly available. Yep. Yeah, Paladin Lost, Crusader Strike. I feel like Monk has the most stuff to track. It has so much stuff to track. And then Shaman by far has like the least to track. It's like Thune said, it's like Ret Pally with nothing to track. Nah, current form, the default UI sucks, Ryan, but they've said that they are actively working on changing the healer UI, the healer raid frames. So it's in the works. We don't know if it's going to be good or bad. You know, I'm hopeful, but I'm not confident. Yeah. Favorite healer to do damage with? Probably Disc Priest. Void Weaver is like super, super fun. It pops off. There's a lot of good talents that you can also take to just optimize your damage. But I don't know what's going to be like the best. Yeah. Is it your government name and shook you? Well, now I know your government name whenever you get out of line, Rallic. Be advised. Prez is like the most changed healer. And it looks like they're making Flamesweeper really good, but Chrono Warden looks like it's really bad. So we'll see. Yeah, it's kind of weird. With Crusader Strike being gone, Pally needs some kind of button to do damage. because they folded. I'm just gonna keep calling it folding because it seems like it's the most accurate way to put it. They folded Hammer of Wrath into Judgment only when you have wings up, and then they folded Consecrate with it talent. You can choose to not have it if you don't want to, but Consecrate can just automatically be cast by casting Judgment, and then it replaces Consecrate, so you don't have to push the button ever. So like, it kind of owns. It's kind of owns. They folded Efflorescence into Life Bloom, so you can just have an Efflo follow your tank or whoever has your Life Bloom on them all the time. Yeah, it's like super nice. So I think I would say the overall healer changes I like, and I advocated for most of them. Shaman got overpruned. Shaman got overpruned. I think the Apex talents are just like Shaman already was not a very complicated healer in War Within. And then they're just like, let's crank that shit to 11. Yeah. Yeah, the thing, like, Prez is going to need a lot of work, you know? Pally isn't tied to being in melee unless it's for Light of Dawn or the 30-yard range at a Judgment, but it's still counted as a melee. There's no more double Life Blooms. It's only a singular. Only a singular. Yeah, that's gonna be fun too, Rage. But at least you don't have to recast it. I like the new nameplates. Tanks may not like them. But like as a healer, I think the nameplates have everything that I want personally. But I'm also, you know, I'm pretty easy to please. I'm just a chill guy. They have a bunch of different ways you can customize them, make them look different, yada, yada, yada. But it kind of gives me the stuff that I want, so I'm happy with that. Not at the moment, Lyradale. At the moment, Cell and other healer add-ons are dead, but we'll see because they are budging, they are making changes to add-ons, so we'll see how much wiggle room they give us, you know? The cooldown manager has gotten better. In fact, what I don't like is I don't really like these big honkin' Life Bloom bars. I feel like the lack of customization, I mean, I guess I could do just the icon or just the name. I don't know. But like, it's just a little limited. Just a little limited at the moment. Yeah. But the advanced cooldown settings, this is where you can put stuff on your bars. This is where you can like put stuff on your bars. And so if I wanted to like move my Convoke around, I can move it to the bottom bar, I can move it to the top bar, I could take stuff off entirely and hide it, you know? So you have options there. So you can move it around and it works out pretty well, but it's, yeah, it's just like a little weaker than, or it's a, you know, decent chunk weaker than what you would get out of, you know, class weak auras. Yes, they added debuff tracking. Yep, that was the change this week, is they added debuff tracking. Yeah, exactly, Matt. They're axing a lot of things, and they're slowly adding some stuff back, so I think we're going to get like a crazy amount of changes until the beginning of December. Then they're all going to go on vacation for like a month, and then, you know, we'll probably get an announcement date in like January or something, I'd imagine. And then that's where the countdown really begins. Yeah, for Uninax, it should be the same thing. I know. Crazy idea, Tic Tacs. Crazy idea. And they did add sound alerts. I don't know if they're fully active yet or not. New alerts. Let's try it. Let's try it. Wild growth. I guess it's not working yet. Not working yet, but they said it's going to work. Yeah. Yeah, what up, one guy? I did do like a fist waving setup, yeah. There's a lot of it's kind of funny though, because some of the talents will give you, well, like if your enveloping mist is empowered, which one of your Tea of Plenty or Tea of Serenity or whatever they called will do, it'll like automatically start casting soothing. So you can interrupt it if you wanted to, but it kind of gets you started in the casting section already. Yeah. Here, ads are about to run. Let me run to the bathroom real fast. I gotta pee. Be right back. Well, I guess we're done with our walk. I'd have to imagine we're getting like a late February, early March kind of guess. That's what I think we're headed towards. How slow TSM makes the auction house for everyone else? I thought it used to make it like super slow. Yeah. Yeah, having like a 4-ish month turnaround is tight. And even more so when one of those months is December, where usually people are taking their time off. That makes it very challenging. Heronir? Nah, it's just a... Am I a troll? Night elf. I'm a night elf dude. No, I think the Heronir stuff actually looks pretty cringe. I'm not gonna lie. The Avatar blue people? Yeah, basically. Let me see if I can make myself look a little less pink. The salamander aquatic form. Ew. Little pink. Ooh. I think this one's the winner, isn't it? Yeah. This one's the winner. Races evolved during the Troll Night Elf Revolution. Could be. I don't know. It's like, to me, the Harnier is like a race that nobody asked for. And they're like, you guys will love this. And it's like, I guess, man. Sure, whatever you say. Okay. I don't know. I thought the Zandalari was cool as fuck. I thought the Void Elves were cool as fuck. Easy to rig? Yeah, I guess so. I love how you can see it from miles and miles away. Ooh, in the temple too. Yeah, I feel like people would love to have Tuskar. The Dragonhawks. The Void thing looks like a giant... No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I like how it's kind of tilted, like an alien mothership. Yeah. It's still cat weaving as the preference. Yeah, Evan. Cat weaving is still the preference. You aren't anymore. Keep hearing a fucking caw. Waiting to see some giant ass bird. Move that void thing. Maybe we like destroy it in like epic fashion or something, you know? Maybe. I hope we do. I hope it like explodes like the Death Star or something. And then we get to hang out with the trolls like they're like the little Ewoks, and we're like, yeah! That you start bongo drumming the, I don't know, skulls of the void mobs or something like that. Who else would be the baddies? I would kind of own. Someone will be eaten, but it looks so good. I mean, it would kind of suck if they made this gorgeous city. It would be such a Blizzard thing to do. If they made this gorgeous city of Silvermoon and then they just let it get munched and destroyed. Or it just gets, you know, like fucking shattered or something like that. Looks awful. Ugh, I hope not. That's what they did to Mop, you know? The Veil of Eternal Blossoms was just like super pretty, really nice to look at and everything like that. And then poof. Zul'Man's Zone's pretty good. It's very like mossy, a little swampy and dark as well. Yo, Xanis, thank you for the 54 months. Thank you for the 54. A phase thing, just some Giga quest line after the raids that makes it go away. Maybe. Getting close to that 5 years, I know, man. Tell Drasil if they destroy Silvermoon, there'll be real-life riots at Blizzard buildings. That's true. That's true. But the destroy the city is always a very easy trope. To reflect the permanence. Yo, Firecracker, thank you for the new sub. All right, let me get back to my notes. R. Druid. Really good folding of Grove Guardians into Wild Growth, Swiftmend. I think it's good at least. Flourish into Trank. F-Flow into Life Bloom. There's kind of a lot of folding. What else happened? What else got kind of rolled in together? It feels like it's another regrowth go burr. It's like a fan service thing, right? Like it's just a further empowered Rising Sun kick, basically. That's kind of the gist of it. Community was like, no, I want my shiny button. And they just like, all right, fuck it, here you go. Like, yeah, here you go, man. Oh yeah, cap on Grove Guardians. It looks like only 4. Only 4. Kind of strange. Except for my gutter girl. Yeah, it's like still feels like Rejuve, Wild Growth get left out of the big power spikes. Shaman's always been that class, like tons of CDs. Yeah, now they have a ton of crowd control CDs, but not much else. Yeah. Power of the Archdruid, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Power of the Archdruid got a nice facelift. That's very, very true. Yeah, Convoke spawns Grove Guardians because your Grove Guardians spawn from Wild Growth and Swiftmend. Yep. Yep. Second arc of the trilogy that they made, we're gonna lose hard. Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that's true. Makes me concerned for Silvermoon. They're just gonna destroy the city, man. It's gonna be fucked. It's gonna be fucked. Yeah, it's like Flourish is extending the duration of your hots while you're tranking, instead of being an active ability. Yeah. She's like crazy single target and prio healing with Apex talent. Yeah. It could be like a Pyrrhic victory where we like kill Xalatath, but she like destroys Silvermoon in the process. You know? Yeah, I like it a lot, Gulas. I like it a lot, man. I'm a big fan thus far. She's confirmed in all 3? Dang. Hi, Cornbread. Maybe she opens the way. Kind of like Gul'dan. I mean, Gul'dan was, well, I guess in more ways than one. Yeah. He flew through the portal at the end of WoD, and then he was like the boss in Nighthold. Yeah. And then we killed him off. He like was the initiator of the event or something like that. Maybe she just like, we get a cutscene with her dying at the end. I will do remix at some point, yeah. I was thinking about just trying to make sure I got all the rest of my coverage done for healers and stuff. Just thinking through any of the other notes, because I want to do one big video of like, here's how all the healers are doing, here's what they have going on. Stuff like that. I would not be shocked if Ashara's going to be there in the last Titan. Yeah. I would not be shocked. Our Druid, Monk, H-Paler, Prez, probably like most changed healer. Spirit Bloom folded into Reversion with Marithras. Blessing. Moved extra setup / below to, you know, call you Sarah, for example. That's a recent one. Deal with the dragon from the Dragonflight X pack. Well, she's nice now. She's like really, really nice now. What was her name? Why'd I not log out? Oh, a Ridicron. Yeah. We gotta fight a Ridicron. Yeah. No, you're right. He's gonna be back in Last Titan because he hates the Titans and shit. So we'll have to have some earthen cave raid or some shit like that going on. Yeah, Viranath is a nice lady. Which I don't know. Somehow throughout all of the like aspects and Titans War or whatever it was, nobody ever committed atrocities, and then they start committing atrocities when they get out of prison, and then Viranath is like, oh no, this is too much. Like, I mean, come on, you knew who you were kind of rolling with. No, I haven't touched it yet, Wombat. Who's the foe after Xalatath? Hopefully we fight Sargeras. I would kind of own. Yeah, I feel like they definitely glazed over way too much. Millennia's in jail time changes people. Yeah, but there was like a reason that they were in jail, though. They did stuff to earn the prison. They were just not thrown in prison for no good reason. The novel, they're like actually evil. Yeah, exactly. So that's why it was like a little silly that they're like, oh no, like Viranath's like, oh no, they committed atrocities. I can't support them anymore. It's like, weren't you fucking crazy? Weren't you the problem? Sorry, I'm trying to find the original article. Of all the midnight class changes. Xalatath has somehow returned. Apex Talents revealed. Here it is. There we go. Evoker. Where's the Cycle of Life, Emerald Communion, Spirit Bloom? Right. Which one was Cycle of Life? Oh, the every 3 Emerald Blossoms. Yeah. Yeah. Emerald Communion. Lifebind ramps are RIP. Less Giga Heavy ramps first. But tons of power poured into Dream Breath. And insta healing actually looks good. Still have to choose between Stasis Dreamflight. Flameshaper. Huge stonks. Oh, Chrono Warden seems very left out. Alright. What do I get onto? Shaman. What is this guy doing? Guy's having the time of his life. Yep, somehow, some way, Zoval will return. Our Shammy. Oh, good God, the pruning. Oh, good God, the pruning. No CBT, unleash. Thankfully, good pruning of crappy chain heal modifiers. I do like that. Do very much like that. Very little thought into button presses. Just targeting as a focus. I'd say no CBT, unleash, bad. Thankfully, good pruning of crappy chain heal modifiers. Don't really mind surge being removed. Or earthen wall. Kind of weird to drop APT, but the res protects in good groups owned, and it was tough for less good groups. It was kind of like one of those like big skill diff things, I think. Yeah. So far, this is looking good. I'll write some notes for it in a sec. Yeah, Master of the Elements is gone as well. Let's see. Yeah, they want to balance the number of active abilities, looking to remove talents that add auras that are constantly active or ones that temporarily modify spells. We're reducing the base cast time of healing wave to deal with tidal waves, all that fun stuff. There's less decision for a single target, monitoring feedback. Our goal is to keep the spell decision making simple because healing already has dynamic, gameplay with target choice. Yeah, I get that. Healing range choice is good. But there's just like, how do you properly, I guess here's questions I would ask. How do you best manage your mana? How do you properly express skill? I think that those would probably be my biggest ones. Shaman got 13 spells pruned, still has a healing toolkit. Well, a lot of these are like garbage passives, I don't mind like Tide Turner, Tidebringer, High Tide, stuff like that getting removed. I don't even mind Earthen Wall or Wellspring getting removed. I don't mind that shit at all. I think that stuff's like totally fine. I'm kind of surprised by like, I don't know, little things like Spearwalker's Tidal Totem are a little bit strange, for example. Like Earthen Wall, I do not miss at all. That ability was like patty, tiny, extra bonus HPS. And you felt bad dropping that for APT, even though APT was good utility, And then I just remember like years of shamans fighting of like, oh, I can't take APT. Like I need the healing. I need the healing, Yeah. Do you want to raid a live all by its own on some evenings? Yeah, it's pretty OP. It's pretty OP when used right. Yep. You use Tide Healing Rain, Healing Stream? Yeah. I think it's also like way too much of the healing you do rolled into passive sources. Autopilot healer vibes. Like you just don't do anything. Because it's one thing if like they're making your totems like strong or they're reducing your abilities, but the pie chart of your healing is like so heavily weighted towards your healing rain and towards your healing stream totem or your storm stream totem, which is your apex talent. So you just like automatically heal and that's it. Yeah. Strange. I like where Priest is headed. I'll write some notes for disc real quick. I'll write some notes for disc real quick. Let's see. Once I flip around my playlist. Like Totemic Season 1, how does it compare to that? Very similar. Very, very similar. There might be some fights where you take Serenity only, but it feels more like a 5-man talent so far. Yeah. Where to begin?
Jam.
Yo, Randy, thank you for the 85 months. Of the healing stream totem to the air? True. I'd say like disc, good intentions, mid execution so far. Evangelism doesn't accomplish its goals of making ramping easier. Maybe need to freeze atonements or just boost the duration from casts like that. Passed your license exam, basically full therapist now with no supervision. Oh, let's go. No supervision. Congrats, Randy. That owns, dude. Yeah, we talked about it, Bob. Kill Atonement at this point? What the heck? See you do pills now, hey? Oh, man. Let's see. Odd routing for talents. Shadowman to get to Harsh Disc. Castigation's kind of a mandatory one, actually. Castigation, mandatory talent. Have to route through Avenge or Borrow Time. Kind of odd for a VW setup. Kind of odd. Please actually make Shadow of Pain good. Please, please, please. Would they do the Jade Empowerment? The PvPers got their claws into it, man. Hate to break it to you. Inner Light. Very annoying to play with on GCD. If you want it to be a fun stance, needs to be powerful and not punishing, or not a pain to swap. Squids feel weak when not tied to Shadow Covenant anymore. Is there much of a point to keep them? Remove lenience. Remove lenience. Yeah. I'd say like positives. Oh yeah, remove lenience and piety. Yeah, remove that shit. Remove that shit. Under construction. I know Reverie. This isn't like an optimized talent setup or anything. I don't have enough talent points, basically, at level 83 to take everything that I would want. I wanted to get Greater Smite, basically, so I put points in Borrowed Time. Like, this is exactly my problem that I wrote down. Is, like, if you want to get Castigation for the extra Penance Bolt, which is good, and you want to get Greater Smite, which increases your Smite damage a lot, and increase the casting speed, so your Void Blasts are going to hit like trucks, then you got to, like, take Borrowed Time to do it instead of taking Abyssal Reverie to kind of, like, feed down into it, you know? I could put a point, I guess, into Evangelism, but Evangelism is kind of a crappy cooldown just in general right now. So, again, the routing is just kind of shitty. Yeah. Yeah, Plea effectively replaces Renew. They basically remove Renew entirely, and then you just get Plea in its place. So, like, Plea's technically just like a garbage talent in 5-mans. You don't really need to take it at all, and you could just straight drop it. Yeah. Yeah, there's new quests and everything, O-Dog. Yep. Yeah, like at the moment, you would skip Evangelism for a key build. You'd skip Plea for a key build. You know, you wouldn't take Borrowed Time. The problem is, like, having to take things like Shadow Mend feel kind of crappy to get to Harsh Discipline. They change uppies. They should make it not shit. They should. But instead, they tie it to Barrier. So at least that's something. The PvPers can go take Penitence. We can go take Barrier. Everyone's, you know, mostly happy. Everyone's mostly happy. Yep, basically. No Kappa. Yeah. The thing is, like, a Void Weaver setup would want to take Castigation, Greater Smite, and Blaze. And also taking Squidward and also routing through Borrowed Time Avenge feels pretty shitty. Yeah. Yeah. Probably not, Tobias. I mean, it doesn't even apply any atonements for you either. So it's not even like you have the overloaded with light, you know, setup or anything. You still have to apply those atonements. Some people might do it to, like, fucking pad or something like that on farm, but, like, whatever. You know how it goes. It's, like, just not that good either. It's just not that good either. Yeah. But yeah, I would say the good intentions, mid execution. Holy Priester. The Holy Fire. Trail's pretty good with Ultimate Serenity, and you just focus on like a turbo flash shield setup. Oh, they oh no, I remember that. Yeah. Need more talent points. Yeah. Let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe 9. 10. Yeah. There's a couple options there. I feel like Lightweaver's actually going to end up being pretty weak. Holy Priester, remove Piety! It's going to be just a problem. It's just going to be a big, big problem. Apex Talent. Oh, actually, let me talk about the Apex Talent too for Disc. Apex Talent seems okay. You know, yay. More shielding. But I feel like it will make basic powered shields feel weak, even in Oracle. And shields will only feel good when empowered by the Apex. Yeah. Apex for H-Priest, spewing extra Cosmic Ripples. Seems pretty... is way too much fluff. Or then had the issue of too much healing coming from non-direct sources. And this only continues the problem. Basically, you cast flash heals, and then it just spews a little bit of AoE. Spews a little bit of AoE. Spews a little bit of AoE. It's just, like, not fun. And, like, how much is your Cosmic Ripple actually going to be healing for? Ooh, Cosmic Ripple is healing for 7k healing. And that was a crit. So it's like 3k out of 100k or something like that. So if it's hitting like 3% of your health bar, it's still doing a lot of healing, right? But it's just lots of non-direct healing. And they want these to be really strong. So if they even had this like in a balanced scenario, yeah, maybe you could take like more lower level talent points. And there's a lot of like fairly balanced ones. Like I'd like to have Divinity. Maybe, but
Another month.
maybe.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Honey Badger. Thank you for the 29 months. I mean, what does Poe even do at this point? Actually, I think Cosmic Ripple heals for the same amount as a Prayer of Healing. Did I see that right? Poe healed for 3k. Yeah, like this is so... Cosmic Ripple with talents heals for the same amount as an unbuffed Poe. Like, what the heck are we doing? What the heck are we doing? Oh, shit. Yeah. What I do in place of the Piety talent? Just some like flat increase or something along those lines. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. The problem is, in some situations, Piety will be OP for us. We'll be OP one tier, and then we'll be like dog shit the next tier. Because they'll overcompensate for it. It's just a disaster waiting to happen. It's just a disaster waiting to happen. I don't even want to like take the risk. I don't even want to fucking deal with it. Like Holy Priest was like barely worth playing in this season. It was barely worth bringing into raid, and in some case, and you benched it on 3 heal fights in the War Within. You know, in Mana Forge Omega, you benched Holy Priest in 3 heal fights. It just wasn't good enough. And it had the lowest raw output besides disc, and both of them were tuned low because Piety was strong. You know? So like, do you want to have one OP tier for like potentially multiple bad tiers? Pass, you know? Pass. I don't really care about the extra charge of Palm. I mean, like, what else do you add for Oracle? I mean, I'm fine with the Premonition ability personally, but I also know that like, it confused the hell out of people and was a major point of confusion, you know? Yeah. Yeah, what else buffs Poe? Let me see. Per healing. You have reduced mana cost. The primary target takes 125% more healing. You have more Poe cast there in Divinity. You can increase the crit strike chance, the crisis management a little bit, and then you get a 18% healing buff there. Yeah, so just like garbage. Yeah. Little passive proc effect is exceeding our AoE heal, making it also really bad for 5-man output. Too much of the healing pie is attributed to passive effects in Palm, Echo, Cosmic Ripple. Am I missing anything, chat? Enough. I think that's it. But you just have like, you have stuff that just does healing that you don't like control, you know? And so yeah, it'd be nice if you had better direct output. It doesn't need to be insane, but like it just needs to be better than Cosmic Ripple. It just needs to be better than Cosmic Ripple. Yep. You always cast Bomb on CD anyway? Yeah, but that's not the first ability that does that. I don't know. There's some sections where you can overcap though, and where I think the value elite with the 2 charges is if you are trying to like prio heal. Like if I want to cast a Serenity on somebody, but like my Prayer of Mending comes off cooldown, then you can hit the Prayer of Mending no problem and not lose out on the cooldown reduction or on the additional like cooldown recharge. So it does help you in some niche cases, I would argue, having second charges, because you get like a second or two of overflow that's kind of allowed, basically. It's actually more forgiving for newer players too, because they're not as good at casting Prayer of Mending on cooldown. And so that also allows them a little bit of breathing room. If they were like a couple seconds late on hitting it, then they can hit it again. So I think it's just generally like a good thing. It's it lowers the skill gap a little bit. It lowers the punishment level a little bit, and it can add some like solid gameplay because you also have prompt prognosis coming into it. So you have the direct heal still tied to it, and when it heals for like 10k, that's 2/3, that's 66% of a Serenity. That's still pretty powerful output. So it also allows you to cast, flash heals or prayer of healing or something like that. Kind of pull it up if you know there's more prio target output coming, and then like delay it basically. And then you can delay your prayer of mending for spot heal opportunities. Yeah, so I'm fine with that. I also like that Halo is Archon only. As it always feels strong. W. W. Oh yeah, you can use surges on Poe. That's right. So it'll cost half as much mana. That'll be really powerful. That will be really, really powerful. It almost seems like you just need to have... Seems like you can lean into making Poe really good in Archon and then deprio it for Oracle. Let Archon be a greater focus on direct healing spells and Oracle be on passive healing. Kind of ironic, but still would work well with the surge can be used on Poe talent called Spirit Well. Yeah, that'll work out. That'd actually be a cook. Epiphany still doing its thing. We love that. Ultimate Serenity is a massive dub. Ultimate Serenity is a massive dub. Would love to see this ability have strong synergy with Archon. So you're casting Poes and often are discounted with Surge. And that CDR going into Serenity for more cleave value. Could be very fun. And active healing. Yeet. Yo, Copper, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah, Uppies is kind of competing with Barrier these days. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Actually, I'm just going to cook this build now. Hang on. Archon Direct Pose. Poe Poggers. I got to cook. And I actually think this build's gonna fuck. Yeah, Apotheosis kind of slaps with Archon. Cool. All right, I gotta cook, chat. I'll show you. I'll show you. Lead back to the infamous absorb healing playstyle. Yeah, that existed a lot with Oracle already. And it worked out pretty well. You would actually, while out of combat affected by a lost control effect, or the duration paused. Yeah, this is actually a cook. All right. Hang on, chat. Dad's cooking. I gotta put talents lower, I suppose. I don't really care about that. Come back for you, buddy. I don't even know if you would need it or not. Do we still have that renewed faith? Wait, I actually just saw it. Oh, damn, I gotta go over there. All right, I see it. There you go. I have enraged, yeah. If you check the rewind feature, there'll be some stuff in there. Crit strike chance. Lightweaver would actually be good. I mean, maybe you just skip that. Yeah, maybe you just skip that shit, honestly. What if I could travel to lasting words? Oh, we're close. With more talent points, I'd get there. I still think this is a cook. I still think this is kind of a cook. So basically, you cast Halo, you get flooded with Surge procs, you use your Surge procs on Poe, and it should make it instant cast as well, and cheaper, and then all that cooldown reduction goes into Serenity. You mash the Serenity button very hard, it cleaves everybody, you cast Flash Heals in between, that buffs up your Poes, you use Surge procs on Poes, you just cook. Yeah. Yeah. And then I could get into lasting words, and I could do 10% more healing all the time to everybody, and my direct healing would skyrocket. That's kind of how you could make Poe good. That would kind of work. Yeah, we're writing lots of notes. The TLDR on H-Paler, the absorbs are pretty cool. I think you have lots of focus on shock, carrying, and activating your heals. Random awakenings, by the way. More additional orbs with Veneration, which is your Hammer of Wrath, which gets folded into your Judgment. So when you have Wings Up, you Judgment. It actually becomes a Hammer of Wrath. So if you have Wings Up, you Judgment, you get absorbs out of Veneration. I don't think it's like great, but you know, it's kind of interesting that it makes absorbs now. Seraphic Crescendo or Seraphic Barrier is your spenders basically make absorbs on the target. Beacon of the Savior will put up little absorbs on people that also give damage reduction. So that kind of stuff's neat. No more Crusader Strike. Crusader Strike cooldown reduction gets put into Holy Shock. Your melee range issues and stuff like that, it's like Lightodon is, you know, has a fronty backle kind of stuff going on, but it's also not like that powerful. It's like, at least for AoE healing in like a 5-man. Yeah. But you're still considered melee, even though most of your stuff is at range. You still have to think about some kind of proximity for people in keys. You kind of just are folded back into, or relegated back into single target healing the most of the time in 5-mans. Your casted spells look better. It feels like infusions are good and valuable. Yeah. Yeah. So you don't get 4 charges with Ultimate Serenity. You get 2. You only have 2. Yeah. Basically, by giving up Sanctify, you cause your Serenity to cleave and do 10% more healing. So, I go for Chastise to do the damage, Daliar, to lay pipe. Yeah. You Chastise, you get Holy Fire procs. The Holy Fire procs cleave onto enemies. You do big damn. Yeah. You could, if anything, you'd probably go like Seraphic Crescendo, because Divine Hymn is a pretty good cooldown in keys, but it's not like, oh my god, insane. You could even eschew it entirely if you so chose. Yeah, Crusader Strike's totally gone. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe one, maybe the other. Oh no, this is like a 5-man cook. In raids, you would either choose Seraphic Crescendo on any fight where you could get 2-minute timers on, or you would choose Gales of Song if you can't get 2-minute timers. That's how we play it on live right now. But yeah, these are both good raid talent options. It's just a situational thing. Yeah. Like most of Manaforge Omega, you take Crescendo. So most of the stuff Pally can do is at range, but you still have to be within 20 yards of people or 15 yards of people for Light of Dawn, even though it's a fronty backle. Yeah, there's a lot of like good intentions for Disc, but it has pretty mid execution in those goals. So Evangelism doesn't accomplish its goals and make them ramping easier. Maybe it needs to freeze atonements or just boost the duration from the Radiance casts. A lot of bad routing for talents. You have to get Shadow Men to get Harsh Discipline. You have to get Borrowed Time, which is Powered Shield. Or you have to get Evangelism, which is kind of shitty right now, to get Castigation, which is, an extra Penance Bolt. It's insanely good. And that leads down into more smites and, Blaze of Light and all this other stuff. So the routing of the talents is kind of bad. Shadow of Pain seems like okay so far, but I really hope that they make it good. Inner Light is annoying to play because it's on the global cooldown. If you really want to commit Priest to stance dancing, you can, but you need to make it, not on GCD. In the edit mode, Jordan. In the edit mode. So Apex talent seems okay. Yay, more shielding, but I feel like it'll make your basic powered shields feel weak, even in Oracle, and shields only feel good when empowered by the Apex. Which you can kind of predict because it's basically every other penance cast. That's the proc rate for it, which is, powerful, but, But yeah, I fucking love Ultimate Serenity. It's a very good talent. It's a very good 5-man talent. This is like a 5-man focused talent, and it actually can make your Prayer of Healing feel good. But it's like, it's irritating. It's irritating that H-Priest still needs to make an extremely specific build to make it worth to cast Poe. Otherwise, they're a single target heal bots. That's what I don't like. Holy should be a spec that has all buttons feeling good to press, but use them in a variety of scenarios. Removing Piety is really, really important because Blizzard will balance with Piety in mind. And so it's a risk, basically, get off. Now, I wish I could show you guys what the Warcraft log stats showed at the start of this season, but I'm just going to hit you guys with a trust me, bro. Okay? What Holy Priest had at the beginning of the season is that they were the Holy Priest and Disc Priest were the weakest overall healers. They had the weakest raw output. Okay? Because they tuned around Piety, because we had the 100% overheal, which was showing as being very powerful in Liberation of Undermined farm content. So what you're going to see, and quote me on this and whatever, because it's true, it's the easiest fucking prediction ever, Holy Priest and Disc Priest are going to climb the ranks very steadily. Like, Disc just got buffed, so it's going to climb for that. But, like, Disc and Holy will probably end this expansion top 2, or, they'll be like, 2 and 3, or 1 and 3, or something like that. Both those specs will be in the top 3 for overall healing by the end, because Piety overheal is so strong. So Holy Priest is just going to catch up to Monk, get even with it, maybe even pass it, right? Disc is just going to climb steadily as it gets more gear. Turbo boost stuff finishes up because they overheal protection. And so what happened in Undermine was that, like, Disc is just fucking OP, right? Disc is just OP in that raid. Holy was, like, pretty good in the raid. And then as Farm came around, they both just popped off. I don't even know if I can show you. This is Liberation of Undermine for 1117. This is going to happen to Manaforge Omega just because of Piety. So you're like benched on 3 heal fights because your raw output's low early in the season, and then you ramp over time. Yeah. So why don't you just ask me an M+ question, Elite, and I'll answer. He asked me a question about why remove Piety. I answered him there. Simple as. My motivations for wanting a talent removed are because of raid. Which also, ironically, affects the M+ tuning, especially for something like Holy Priest. Yeah. Yeah, true. Sick 'em, Dal. Plus, I cooked an M+ build. I don't know. You guys want me to talk about something? I ask a question about it. Yeah. Yeah. Get that guy, guys. Get that guy, mods. Beat him with hammers. I don't know. Remix alpha right now. We're making lots of notes. Lots and lots of notes for healers. Wanted to get some of my, I guess, final early thoughts. Final early thoughts on the healers of the first 2 weeks. Tell you about hunters. Cannot be trusted. Cannot be trusted one bit. Let's see. I have Holy Priest, Disc Priest, Restoration Chamois, Perez, Restoration Druid, Monk, and H-Paler. That's everybody, right? Will Barkley score tonight? I hope so. Actually, no, I don't hope so. I'm playing him tonight. I hope that he gets benched for poor performance. And they play... Who's their backup? I forget. I hope they play Tank Bigsby. There it is. No, I don't think they're going to add a second piety. If they already added one piety. Our shaman's just like way too basic, John. Like the tuning might be fine, you know? But all that stuff might be like fine. It might be okay, whatever. I'm not worried about that stuff. But it's just like, it's just not interesting, you know? It's just not fucking interesting. You could have like 2 buttons macro together and hit them on cooldown, and then that accounts for the majority of your healing. There's not really any thought into it, you know? And that's like disappointing, you know? Holy Priest is thought of as a more basic healer, but in like raids, you know, you can run Epiphany for the Prayer of Mending reset, and you kind of play around that. For keys, I mean, I literally just like put together a build that like allows Poe to be good and allows you to focus on like a lot of Serenity casts for AoE healing. And so like your Poe button feels good because all these talents you take and discounted costs, and you can have some value out of your renews. I could even route my talents into renewed or lasting words, so I could perma apply renews to my allies, and they take 10% more healing, you know, like all that stuff. Yeah, it's saved in here, and I can always go back to VODs now. I appreciate the thought though. But like, Holy Priest actually has like some cool ways to play around it. Or I could start smashing talent points into passives, and not think, and in passives. And that's fine. Like, that's great, actually. I could put down a dummy brain build really easily for Holy Priest, and it'd be great. Or I could put a sweaty build, and it would be great, you know? I'm, like, super satisfied with that. And Holy Priest, historically, while it's been an easy healer, has also had a lot of different ways that you can, like, be extra sweaty. So, I mean, it's one of my favorite healers for a reason, right? Oh, rant. I appreciate it, Alec. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, there's going to be a time to Doom. I'll let you guys know when there's time to Doom. But, like, you know, 4 months out from an expansion, we have no idea. All the stuff that I'm focusing on right now, all the stuff I'm talking about, could change, you know? All of it can change. Yeah. Healer add-on stuff could absolutely change. And if they save healer add-ons, like, I get to make a video and it's like, healer add-ons are saved. Woo! Win both ways. Yeah. So. Yeah, you bet, Luma. I'll have, what I'm going to have coming up is I have some sit-downs with class experts who have greatly helped me, you know, form my opinions on what's going on with healers. So I'm going to have the, like, full-length videos out there if you want to hear, like, the deep dives. And then I'm going to literally use all these notes for, like, TLDR shit. So, like, I know you guys, you know, you have life going on. Not everybody's going to want to sit through, like, a 30-40 minute video of talking about just Resto Druid or just Prez or whatever, right? And then I'm going to make a video that's going to be like, hey, here's a quick and dirty about what's happening. Here you go. You know? Priest needs to be the most accessible healer for people wanting to learn the role, and also still the skill ceiling for people that have been playing for years. Yeah, I think Holy Priest is doing a good job with that so far. Yeah. Not me at all. Yeah. Hey, there'll be something for everyone. That's the goal. There'll be something for everyone. The more the people like stuff, the more I'll make of the same. I'm easy like that. Yeah. Disc is gonna have like a ton of changes, which works out for me because then I can just be like bam, 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 bam. Oh my god, guys, new video just got changed. And that's gonna work nice and easy for me. Yeah. If healer add-ons aren't walked back, post a video about Blizzard doubling down on the add-on restrictions, free money. Oh yeah, like 100%. If they don't do something about like making the baseline raid frames really good, if they half-ass it, if they don't do anything for the healer add-ons, I'll definitely make a Doomer video. 100%. It's a big deal. But like 2 months down the line, 3 months down the line, you know, when we know that it's a for sure thing. 100%. No, I know what you mean, Relic. Yeah. Yeah, there's a time and place for, you know, there's a time and place for dooming, there's a time and place for, you know, feedback and whatever. And we'll be having all kinds of updates throughout. Anyway, I'm gonna go make this video. Now that it's like fresh in my mind, I don't want to switch topics. I was thinking about playing some Remix, and I still want to, but I am gonna just forget everything that I just talked about in all these notes, even though I have the notes for me. So I'm just gonna end stream and just go make these videos. Sub to the YouTube. It's in the description. My bot's not working right now. I'll get it fixed for tomorrow. It's gonna own. Yo, acid and clowns. And clowns? Oh my god. Thank you for the prime, dude. But yeah, content's coming. New videos up tomorrow for... Let me check. I just got it back from my editor. Tomorrow's video is Druid. I did a Druid roundtable with people a lot smarter than me. So I now have correct Druid opinions because they gave them to me. So coming tomorrow. God, I look a little tired. I actually was very tired. That was after I moved in. Yeah. Smart Druid players. Talk tomorrow. Check it out on the YouTube. And then we have smart preservation players talking after that. And then after that, we'll have this video I'm going to go record where I talk about all the healers. All right? GG's. Let's see who's streaming. Also, watch Thursday Night Football because that game should own. I'll be really, really sad if it doesn't own. Vision never fading. Let's host Dr. Luxthos. I can't even remember the last time I hosted Luxthos. All right. More content to come. More content to come. Thank you for all the love. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you guys for letting me do what I do because we're going to be doing a lot more of it. All right. GG's. Have a great night. Say what's up to Luxthos, and I'll catch you all later. Woo.
Yo,